Good morning, DAFTA, descendants of Aboriginals and forcibly trafficked Africans in America. Good morning. This is exactly 2:40 a.m. on the morning of Wednesday, January 13th, 2021. God's will be done. Who you gonna call? Coonbusters, baby. And I hope that you're hearing me with new sounds because it's a new microphone. And as soon as I get done with cussing out people at Apple to figure out why I can't get my password to get my new camera, in fact, I'm going to buy another one because I already don't like the one that I bought. I absolutely want you to be in touch. I want your attention. I am here to raise some hell with some coon-ass sellout niggas today. And I have to talk bad about them because I have too much respect for shit and piss, which can be used as fertilizer to grow something. Not so for the fake sellout, no good leaders that we've got. It is so sad. You know how they sing, there's a song, "'Tis so sweet to trust in Jesus." Well, there's nothing sweet about trusting sellout, coon ass, no good, lying ass, dog shit, worthless Negro leadership. In times like these, with COVID and the Civil War on the damn horizon, and these people are useless. Oh my God. I mean, they deserve their own firing squad for being so useless. What am I tripping off of? I can't sleep. Coons mess up my sleep. They just attacked my YouTube thing all over again, but I want to tell everybody why I'm pissed. If y'all didn't see the news, that pathetic tackhead bitch, Sheila Jackass Lee, has issued articles of impeachment with her little lame ass reparations thing, in which she said, like, within the last 2 years that it didn't involve money. Then what the hell did you submit it for, you fake ass Jamaican hoe? We don't want you. Daylight come and me want to go home. Me want you to get the hell out of America. Get the hell out of public life. You don't deliver anything for your constituents. And you know what? I'm going to say something, in particular to you dumbass black women that vote for people like Sheila Jackson Lee, because she's overweight and she's crude and she reminds you of yourselves. She shouldn't get anybody's vote. You can't point to anything she's accomplished other than getting herself to become an embarrassment to righteous black women, an embarrassment to the late Mickey Leland, a damn embarrassment. What a buffoon. Looked like Henrietta Hippo off the New Zoo Review. Nothing strong about her. Nothing decent about her. She's a crook. She's rude. She treats people like crap up here. Literally someone deserving of domestic violence. Sheila Jackson Lee, you got my award for the decade. A pathetic, fake-ass excuse for a black woman in leadership. I'd wish there'd be no black women in elected office if they're going to be like Sheila Jackson Lee. Quote me. Sexist, you bet your ass. I'm sexist against an incompetent buffoonist. Yes, the hell I am. Choke on your bitchness, sisters. To pick a simple... we got silly-ass men. I got to get to Clyburn's Uncle Tom looking ass, Dr. Bledsoe, his bald-headed fish fry ass. His answer to all the problems we have, like evictions, and they want to kill us with this damn vaccine shit, and he wants us to sing Lift Every Voice and Sing. They didn't beat his ass enough in the 60s. In fact, maybe had he had some impairments, he wouldn't be in public life. This is leadership. These are the people when we're facing the kinds of issues that we face. This is the most important black man in Congress. We can't do better. I know winos with more discernment than that coon. Oh, and it gets better. Police snitch and fraud and woman hater. Y'all want to talk about a man that hates women? Al Sharpton. And yet he wants woman's length hair. Go figure, I don't know what the hell that's about. But I want to say this to you. What does dumbass Al Sharpton do? He gives the Martin Luther King Award to this bastard Fauci, who is a eugenicist that wants all black people dead. That's like giving James Earl Ray a blowjob for RuPaul, who'd probably do it because he's a white man. Do y'all not see this? That's leadership. I know community leaders 1,000,000,000 times better than Al Sharpton, more charismatic, and they don't look like a bobblehead person. I mean, just, there's nothing to these people. And we sit back and let these dogs represent us. Let me tell you something. Anybody, anyone that watched the way that the white folks tripped on Lindsey Graham at Ronald Reagan National Airport here in Washington, D.C., that is how we need to treat black preachers and black elected officials and black appointees. When they're off code, they should be made to feel like they need the whole fruit of Islam and then some to get home at night. They shouldn't be able to walk around without experiencing the rage and anger of the people that they've left for dead while they get paid. They laugh all the way to the bank. It will never change. We'll never get these people to do what they're supposed to do until we trip on them. I want to say to you, there's a woman I met Wednesday night, and then I saw her, Thursday morning. White female, no more than 5 feet tall. Name is Mindy. Nice, seemingly nice. As she was leaving the place that I crashed in, she asked me for a bottle of water. Was there any water? I had some water, so I gave it to her. If you saw the white woman that was tripping on Lindsey Graham, that's Mindy with a nice, sweet, squeaky voice. Young white woman, blonde hair, nothing that would lead you. That broad had Lindsey Graham trembling. Would to God, with all the attitude and mouth that some of our young women and young men have, couldn't we focus some of our rage on some of our traitor black Democrats and Republicans as well? None of these people should be able. Look at how white folks are demanding. They're even in the wrong, and they want it. We sit back for decades under these bastards, and they deliver nothing, and we honor them. I tell you, we have a fucking king, queen, celebrity complex because most black folks hate their own guts, wish they were white, and these puffed up people that are put before us are the closest we can get to some African king or queen that sold our black asses over here. I couldn't give a damn if there are never any more kings and queens anywhere black after what happened for 1,400 years. African royalty has sold out Africans to Asians, to Arabs, to whites, to each other. I couldn't give a damn about black kings and queens. And in fact, a lot of folks who want to be called king and queens are the biggest cult of personality assholes you ever want to meet. Ron Karenga and the rest of them. None of them is ever about shit. Never really care about nobody but themselves. Sheila Jackson Lee is a pompous ass bitch. I said it. An arrogant, pompous ass bitch worthy of some decent investigative reporting that you'll never get from that bloated ass Betty Boop looking Roland Martin. None of them, because they don't do shit. Come to D.C. for Congressional Black Caucus. The big thing is a fashion show. They don't do shit. They have no agenda for us. They'll never have it until we start tripping on them. I'm not advocating violence, but I'll tell you something. If a bunch of people threw flour, because flour don't hurt, some flour bombs at the Congressional Black Caucus people, threw some eggs at those niggas, nothing that's going to wound them. I don't want to hurt nobody. I want to get their damn attention. We're angry with you fuckers. And yes, I'm using foul language. If you don't like it, get the hell off my platform. You know, do I believe in God? Sure. I'll tell you something. All niggas believe in God. And look at all the abortions, the killings, the rapes, the murders, the negligence. So don't tell me shit about me cursing. It's the best thing I could do is curse some people out. And I don't care who doesn't like it. For all of you, in particular, if one nigger Christian dares say anything to me, I want to see what the hell you're doing in your church, your denomination, and your fellowship in your community. Normally not shit. You just don't, oh, he cursed. Fuck you. Now curse some more. We need a shaking up in our community. When I see white folks tripping on Romney, they're going off on white elites. They don't care. I love it. I mean, if we raise the same hell for reparations as they did, I mean, I don't even want people to defecate and urinate in the Capitol. If they just showed up on the lawn 500,000 deep, folks would understand, would say, damn, these people are serious. They really want this MFM. Why not? But I'm not saying that necessarily have to protest. If we could just get everybody to agree to play with Facebook stock, buy it, and then sell all the shit off and make Zuckerberg broke. Or Amazon, hurt someone. Make someone that screws us hurt like we do. Instead of hurting someone black where it wouldn't make a difference, we could kill all of each other. We've killed 20 million with abortion. Has it made life better for us killing our unborn black children? The answer is hell no. It's made things worse. So black on black violence and passive aggressive and microaggressive shit means and does nothing. It's for cowards, it's for punks, it's for bitches. That includes niggas with guns, with criminal records. You're a bitch if your violence is only used against other. In fact, you're a white supremacist, worthy of death, a traitor. If you're a female, you're a traitor too. Hi everybody, pretty soon, yes, I'm going to be having some conference calls. You're going to be able to call in, God willing, within a week or so. I have some that's going to be tutoring, so this is going to get a lot better. There's a new microphone. I don't know if it sounds any better to you. There's a new camera, and there will be another camera, and I'm going to have this hooked up in this little crude studio. I've got some equipment as people have sent me and blessed me with stuff. It's going to get improved, and I'll be able to do all kinds of stuff. I cannot wait. I like Afro Synergy. I love the way people are doing stuff. Mine will be more sophisticated, but in the interim, I have to do what I can. But I want to talk about sorry-ass Al Sharpton supporting Fauci. Fauci's a butcher. Fauci's a monster. Jesse, according to William Pepper, had something to do with Dr. King's assassination. Sheila Jackson Lee, a disgrace. What's on that laptop? Nancy Pelosi and them have a whole bunch of information on the Congressional Black Caucus. Whole lot of people that y'all look up to, y'all think have come to Washington to do something for the rest of us. It simply ain't so. Al Sharpton is a police snitch. They're talking about the white woman that got shot inside the Capitol. What about the black woman back in 2013 that got executed in front of the Capitol to a standing ovation of U.S. senators? When Obama was president, Obama didn't say anything. In fact, this woman allegedly had an affair with the woman that was executed in front of the U.S. Senate. Al Sharpton had the good fortune of having on his security team and his legal representative the sister of the woman who was executed. They shot into a car with a black baby strapped in. They got a standing ovation for executing this black woman who killed no one, who wasn't inside of a government building. No tears for her. No outcry from the black women in the Congressional Black Caucus. Yes, I go hard on black women because they get too much praise, don't produce enough. Y'all don't speak up except for when it's attacking black men for white women. We're tired of the disloyalty. Black men are sorry. They don't fight either. But you know what? We all know black men are sorry. Part of this chivalry in men means we protect women when they're sorry. When you're in Congress and you're a woman, you got power. I ain't talking about some ordinary single mom. I'm not expecting her to do much other than be a good mother. But when you're in Congress for decades, like Sheila Jackson Lee's ass has been, she's got a big fat ass mouth, fucked up attitude. Yeah, I said it. And notice, all these black comedians, there's a whole mountain of comedic material if you just made fun of these fucked up individuals who call themselves black leaders and representatives. It's just a damn clown horror show, a shitstorm of bullshit. It's very simple. Everyone's crying over the white woman that got shot in the Capitol. I don't recall. I even see black people crying over the white woman that got shot inside the Capitol, storming the Capitol. But the black woman shot to death outside the Capitol. Standing ovation and praise for the police that shot into the car of an unarmed woman with a baby. People being scared is no excuse. I see too many people running around saying, I'm a king and I'm conscious. Well, you're conscious of what? That you're cool? You're conscious of your fear? Doesn't take much to be brave to talk about these issues. So it's interesting. They used to say talk is cheap. Now people don't even talk. I might lose my job. Well, shit. I mean, it's not your job if you're afraid of losing it. You're afraid of not being retained doing a job for someone else. Say it right. You don't own anything. Neither do I, but at least I'm honest about it. So, Clyburn, a weak ass, lying ass, boomer ass nigga that needs to have a stroke or a heart attack. I prayed for John Lewis. I prayed for Elijah Cummings. Mark this day, I'm praying for God to strike down all of the Congressional Black Caucus members above the age of 70. May God take them out this year because they won't step down. They won't groom any new leadership. They won't change. They won't stand up. I mean, damn. I, I'm a candidate for 60 in 4 years. Not that I want to die at 60. If life is worth living, let me live until I'm 100 or something. But damn, is life so precious that you never take any risks? Al Green took risks to force a woman to snort cocaine and rape her and get people to pay almost $2 million to cover it up. We take risk every day for negative suicidal stuff, screwing folks and orgies and so forth, and we can't ever take a risk for life itself. Damn. Damn. Clyburn should, let me tell you something. In spite of all the laws, Vice President Pence is receiving so many death threats, his world is rocked. I am not, and I do not threaten anybody with bodily harm, but Clyburn should be receiving emails, letters, and calls saying, "You're a sorry, old-ass, sellout nigger. I hope you don't have another birthday." I don't want to run for political office, and running for political office wouldn't work. We don't need people necessarily in politics. We need a movement, an economic, social, cultural, political movement that deals with every aspect. And nobody has all the answers, but some people can do the little bit that they can do. I want to say to you, Clyburn's response to people facing eviction, he should have been saying, yes, we should give $2,000 to people. Maybe he voted for it, but he wasn't vocal. But the way we're going to bring racial healing to America is for us to sing Lift Every Voice and Sing as our national anthem. As much as I like Lift Every Voice and Sing, although it doesn't do as much for me as a more radical song, that's how we heal the country. That's going to deal with all the black people facing eviction, all the black people they want to experiment on with these drugs that don't have FDA approval. If we sing a song together, I mean, is this dude want to form some sort of plantation melody choir? Excuse me. Are y'all understanding how insane Clyburn is? To get no concessions from Biden, who he basically helped almost, it hasn't happened yet, steal this election. And what he asked for is a song. A song. Not reparations. Not executions for police that murder us. Not punishment for credit redlining and a violation of the Community Reinvestment Act. And I can go on and on and on of laws on the books where nothing is done about what's done to us. He wants a song. And he wants to impose our song on white people. This is the same nigga with 8 of the poorest counties in America. Or in South Carolina where he's a congressman. And shit ain't gotten better since he's been in. He does nothing. So we have a black president. We have a black national anthem. And I can assure you that there are some despicable, piss and shit sucking niggas out here who say, man, you never know what a song could do. A song could kind of like change. I hope they get vaccinated. I endorse vaccination of stupid black people. I hope they get double booster shots and their kids too if they're dumb just like them. Can't save them, can't wake them up, can't convince them, can't recruit them, can't get them to think, read a book. At least they always have to go against what would be beneficial to us collectively. Then let them go. So when I see fools getting a shot, so be it. They take the mark of the beast if that's what it is. They'll go with the devil. They'll go with racism. They'll go with oppression. They'll never go with what's righteous. They'll never go with what's godly. They'll never go with what's noble. They'll always go with bullshit, wickedness, submissiveness, slavishness. That's what they want. Let them have it. And, my friends, there will be a political movement, and some people will be able to run for political office soon. Because I have a feeling, I was on a phone call tonight. Next time I get it, I'll share it with y'all. General Flynn and a whole bunch of generals and other people on this phone conversation. And some of the mayors have received information that this Insurrection Act has already been enacted or is on its way to being enacted. A whole bunch of people are going to jail. They've brought back the firing squads. Obama did it. They've brought back hanging. My friends, notice how silent Maxine Waters has been. Either she's got COVID or the cat, I hope it's not a white woman's cat, has her tongue, because we haven't heard from her. She should be screaming. She's wanting, impeach 45, impeach 45, impeach 45. What if 45 is cult 45 and it's aimed at everybody that's been messing with them? Not that you don't have to like this dude, but if you didn't have a power base, see, Marion Barry here in D.C. had a power base. You could put him in jail and the people would still vote for him. They'd still support him because he was for the people ultimately, with all of his flaws. Okay, one of his flaws, he liked women. You know, it's bad to like women these days. It's already out. But while all this insanity is going on, it's crickets from practically everybody black that's got a platform. I'm just a little ordinary brother. If I'm lucky, I get to talk to a few thousand people, at least for a couple of minutes. But we're talking about people that can reach millions. You think the Breakfast Club's going to talk about this? Don't lie. You think anybody who has the capacity to reach millions will even have an honest discussion? Be glad for independent black media, for people who are saying, because Vicki Dillard, God bless her, people like that, we don't always have to agree, but they're putting it out here. Folks, save up. Save up. Get yourself some water. Get yourself some food. We may have a shutdown for about 2 weeks. They're going to round some people's asses up. I just hope that they get some coons to, at least a few coons, just general purpose. Just one coon, and No, I bet y'all like $1. I mean, if they get Obama, man, I'll be doing cartwheels. I mean, I'll get my little mega flag out because Obama's dog does. And I want to let y'all know I'm going to have more people from Chicago on. It's going to be a lot more detailed, the conversations that we'll be having in the very near future. I want to just say to you, and I hope y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me with this new microphone? I hope this microphone is better than the internal one on this Macintosh. Can y'all hear me? Y'all hear me? Y'all hear me clearly? I hope y'all hear me. And if this microphone doesn't work, I have to buy another one. I didn't want to taunt y'all, but for so long, but I want to just take a little bit and say to y'all that uh, that we have a lot of work to do. We've got to look at and start thinking about as certain people collectively, what can you do for the next 20 to 30 years, if you can, or at least 5 years, for the next 5 to 10 years. And that should necessarily include a family farm or a group farm or something. There's even a machine that they have in Denmark, not that we can't make, where you can take and filter your own piss so you can drink it in case you run out of water. Crazy stuff could go on. Blackout in all of Pakistan, blackout in significant parts of Italy, blackout in significant parts of Canada, blackout in significant parts of Germany. There may be blackouts here. There's all kinds of news that you're not hearing, you're not allowed to hear. If they shut this internet down, we won't even be able to communicate with each other effectively or know what's happening. And we should have our own platforms. I know that there are black folks who are into high tech. They should be making more. There's a black man that makes cell phones. Maybe I'll buy a cell phone from him versus buying one from somebody else. Oh, wow. India just had a nationwide blackout. My God. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. Oh, wow. They just picked up 900 gang members in New York. And, okay, what about these 19 black boys? And B1 to everybody, MFM to everybody. Hello, Marty Jones on Facebook. I think there are 30 people on the YouTube page. Hi to y'all on YouTube. Hi to y'all in the stream. We're just about, 67, 29, and 1. We've got about 100 people. I really miss my book thing. I want to tell you, when I went out and went to the protest, that thing messed me up. These people vaping and smoking. I don't know if they sprayed anything on us. I came back all tired and exhausted. It's like, what is going on? I know that they sprayed us with tear gas. I don't know what's in the tear gas because it jacked my sinuses up. You see me coughing and stuff. I mean, they messed me up. I don't know what they sprayed up on Capitol Hill, but some of that got in me. And I don't know, initially it didn't bug me, but over time it's begun to mess me up. So I'm just beginning to get back to normal. I want to say to you that if you read natural news, let me put this up here. Natural news. I need to tell y'all this. Natural news. Natural News has an article. If you can find it, get it before it's too late. There are persons that are alleged to want to drop dirty bombs. These are bombs that can really hurt a whole bunch of people. Thank you, sister. Soul Sister, No Houston. And Soul Sister, you know, Sheila Jackson or Sheila Jackass Lee ain't doing nothing for y'all. When Hurricane Harvey and all those storms came through, they didn't do much. Black folks lost everything. Houston's being gentrified, being destroyed, while Sheila Jackson Lee's big, bloated, fat mouth ass, it makes it seem as if she's doing something. She's always in front of a camera. She should have been a porn star, but nobody would look. She'd probably go out of business. Pretty soon, for you that want to chime in, we'll be able to talk. Yeah, I was running. I got the hell off of Capitol Hill. They weren't going to beat my ass up there. I've almost got my ass beat up in the Capitol more than one time. They kick black people's ass up there. I mean, know this. Know this. They will beat your ass. They gave those white folks a break. They gave those folks a break. They gave those folks a break. I just want to say to you, anybody trying to like drop it, I always put my info. How come people don't read the screen? No disrespect. No disrespect. I put it up there so people can see it. So my Cash App is always there. My Zelle is always there. It's like this new mic and camera and other stuff that we're going to have. And I've got to figure out how to put this line in so I can do that. But Natural News claims that they're going to drop dirty bombs in a lot of cities, or there's a plan to. I don't know who's going to do it, but if you live in a major urban setting, you need to be careful. If you can, there's a thing called mallow, like marshmallow. It's a little expensive. You can get yourself some, order it. You might need it. They drop a dirty bomb, you'll be exposed. It's deadly. I don't want to scare you. I'm not trying to scare you. I want you to have peace and clear. But that's in Natural News. And they're often on top of things. They plan to do a lot of crazy stuff. Clan Antifa, I put up a video just saying to y'all that Antifa is not a friend of black people. Okay? Thank you, Nico. Well, I'm trying to keep it funny, man, because it's a trip. You know, a dirty bomb, it's sort of like if Nancy Pelosi or Nazi Pelosi were to have a radioactive fart. And I'm just telling you, you know whose neighborhood they're going to drop this shit in. They go do like a whole bunch of Black Wall Streets, and we won't even have money and shit to rebuild. This would be a really, no disrespect, a really fucked up time to have a natural disaster. Everybody's broken shit. There won't even be Doritos and shit to pass around because everybody's maxed. They really have us. If you can pray that this shit doesn't happen. Antifa, I put up a video trashing Antifa as being an enemy to black people, and YouTube took it off of YouTube and Parler. They didn't tell me I violated community standards. I didn't say do anything to anybody. I just said, don't bring that bullshit in our neighborhood, burning and fighting and destroying stuff. We don't need that. YouTube felt me saying black folks don't need violence and burning in our neighborhood violates community standards. If you don't know that these high-tech bastards are some of the most racist, nasty people that ever lived, in fact, I can't wait until the tech stocks crash and see all of these spoiled, racist bastards have to get on welfare like everybody else. I can't wait. These people that have all the little Nazi games, and they just sit around thinking about hurting and killing people that are different from themselves for the sheer fuck of it all. Can't wait until Google lays their asses off, because people are leaving Google. And let me just say something to you. Donald Trump passed an executive order, and not an executive order. When you got the stimulus checks, part of the stimulus bill, and the dumbasses didn't read it, Donald Trump put in there special legislation that you could go after anybody that suppressed freedom of speech as a high crime, as a felony. All of us that have been in Facebook jail now will have the grounds to sue Google, Facebook, shitter. And you know they're going to get sued. You mean shitcoin. I ain't buying that shit. They're going to get the shit sued out of them. And when those folks start getting sued, all of these nasty Asiatics and other people who can't stand us, let their asses unionize. When they unionize, they'll outsource that shit. And then their asses won't want to come here for H1, B1 visas and shit. Unionize, go ahead. Arrogant fucks. Do it. Demand more money. Y'all getting paid more than anybody else. Go ahead. Demand better treatment than the people you screw over with all these community rules. And watch them riff your black, brown, people of color, intersectional asses. It's coming. And it's, this is a song they sing in church. What a day that'll be when my Jesus. What a day it'll be when the high-tech stocks dropped. And you'll see. It's coming. Look, I had an upset stomach. I had a lot of tuna fish. When you broke, you eat differently. And your stomach says, damn, you broke. I'm going to riot because you didn't eat enough greens, right? But it's had to take enough baking soda, man. I feel like a cake. These high-tech people who mess with Trump, people are leaving Facebook, Google. They're leaving all these platforms, and there's going to be a reaction against these people like they've never seen. Now, let me share with you on the phone call with the generals, Flynn and others. I don't know if Flynn was on, but other generals were on the call. Guess how many states they say Donald Trump won for real? Guess how many states Donald Trump won for real? Who's got a number? Guess how many states they say Donald Trump won based on their data? Come on, y'all. Someone put up 32. Anybody got a guess? 46, 48. I see 44. Someone says 50. According to the general on the Malele Mwanza, you don't live in this country. We gonna mute you. I never go over to anybody else's country and lecture people about the reality. Arrogant people who visit America, who have not fought and marched and struggled here, you have a right to an opinion, but it's an opinion, it's not a fact. Certain people put a 50, 48. What the general said is that Donald Trump won 49 states. He won every state except for New York. That's what they said. And there's a figure that Donald Trump got 103 million votes. 103 million votes. Joe Biden got 37 million. I will say this to everybody that's not a DAFTA or a foundational Black American or a B1. I've done enough advocacy. In fact, I just sent some money to Sierra Leone, sent some money to um, Guinea, as little as I have, and a little bit to Namibia, and a little bit to Ivory Coast, and a little bit to Senegal. Uh, I have nothing but love for people in the diaspora, but I do not love your ill informed opinions about my reality. Africans beef, bitch, and complain, and justifiably so, about the lack of knowledge that people in America, in particular blacks, have for Africa. Well, ditto coons. Y'all don't know our stuff, and you don't try to know, even when you're here. I don't care to associate with anyone who comes to this country who doesn't take me seriously enough to research me a little bit, especially since your ass is here because of our movement. And given the history of how we got here, that just maybe someone in your ancestral past sold us here, y'all should eat some humble pie and think twice before you jump into this. I'm just saying, take that to be hatred. I don't. Okay? Germans that go to Israel don't run around screaming, I'm from Germany. They don't do that because they have a knowledge of their history as Germans. Africans come here as if everything's good. It's not. I'm not mad at anybody. You can't help where you're from, what your nationality is. I ain't mad at you. But don't do that. Traveled all over Africa. Turned down really good job to work for the government of Rwanda when I needed money. You Africans listening to this, to you jive ass, backstabbing, slave dealer descendants, Africans here, you know the type that I'm describing. Needed money, facing being evicted, get a nice opportunity to work for the embassy of Rwanda. Everything went great. They're going to pay me, travel all over the country, go all over the world, the kind of stuff I'd like to do. And something hit me and said, dude, yes, good question, Nico. Nico. Hey, I said to myself, dude, when has ever anything come this easily to you that all of a sudden you're going to get to work as like under the Minister of Information for the Embassy of Rwanda and travel and go places and money and people like you and this? And I thought to myself, wow, this is too easy. Not that I don't want money. Wow, Africa, I like Africa. It's wonderful. I've always enjoyed traveling to Africa and meeting people in Africa. But you know what? Let me make this very simple. Very simple. I just thought to myself, they want me to write and do stuff and go to churches and talk to people about Africa. Great. I thought about it and said, you know what? Paul Kagame's head of state. So I checked around. To make a long story short, what I would have been asked to do is to help cover up the mass murder of people in Congo and the assassination of people all over Africa for the government there. They'd pay me good. I'd have a nice hookup, go everywhere, meet everybody, do all these wonderful things. I turned it down because African lives matter. African people need peace. They need stability. They need to control the resources. They don't need invaders from anywhere, Europe, whatever. They don't even need jive ass African Americans or black Americans, whatever the hell we call ourselves, going there to make conditions worse. Out of solidarity with people from Congo and other places, I declined it. I see Africans every so many days here in America that willingly participate in kicking black Americans around. On one level, I understand they got to make it, but I seldom see Africans that say, hey, wait a minute. If I fled oppression and abuse where I'm from, should I participate in doing to others what's been done to me? For me, that's the least you could do. That's the least you could do. I turned it down, and there were other situations. I was working a job, realized I was helping do something for apartheid. I just wanted to make money to pay my bills. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. Turn stuff down. I want to say to black Americans, many other people throughout the diaspora do not have the same sense of solidarity. They do not. It's lacking. It really is. And I don't hate anybody for it. I'm just saying it's lacking. And I'm not saying to you to turn your back on people anywhere. No. But this dude here, you're a jackass. I don't ever want to hear from you again. You're a coon. Mwanza, you're a fucking liar, a piece of shit. We don't want to see you no more. I don't ever want to see you ever again. Fake ass African. Any African that comes on and does this shit, out you go. I never go to any African's thread and insult or denigrate or trash them. We need to aggressively deal with any foreign, black, or other invaders that disrespect us. Check them. It's nothing but a white man with melanin. Okay? An old fool. I saved millions of people's lives from Ebola. That fucking African's never done anything for Africans. And he'll never do anything for black Americans. So this old fool has saved people's asses like his. So get the hell away. I don't ever want to see anybody like that. And no, I do not draw a line between pre-colonial Africans and post-colonial Africans any more than I draw a line between white folks that owned slaves 200 years ago and the beneficiaries of slavery living today. I will draw a distinction when people show the kind of solidarity and also the repentant behavior that we just didn't see from that trifling brother that came on, right? Got trifling African dude. I didn't say I hated Africans. I didn't say I was against Africans. I didn't say Africans shouldn't come here. I didn't say I hate African food or culture or people. I said I didn't like the tribalistic, non-continental black bias that people bring with them here, where they're not making the kinds of relationships that you see between overseas Chinese, the way that Jews and other people find some way to link up. A lot of these people ain't trying to get along, don't want to get along. Hey, I'm not even mad at them for not getting along. But those bastards have the nerve, just like a white supremacist does, to say we shouldn't notice this behavior in them. We shouldn't see when, I'll give you a good example. Many years ago, and one of the things that I was doing when I would do newscasting with the Atlantic Television News, do advocacy for Africans. And I'll continue to do it. I believe my cousin Arthur Ashe was assassinated for his role in helping liberate people in South Africa. Okay, family member uh, that I believe they gave the aids to discredit and destroy him and punish him. South Africans are known for poisoning people. Sure they are. Look up Dr. Bassoon. I have no regrets that my cousin Arthur did what he could do for people in Africa. I have no regrets for my auntie that helped set up AfriCare to feed millions of Africans. No regrets. I'm glad. We should do what we can to build up Africa and forge relationships with Africans that can see the future that we need to work together with mutual respect and reciprocal benefits. Don't just come to me with your hands out saying, gimme, and you have so much, you in America, as if we've been getting paid for 100 years. Any African that can't deal with that, to hell with them. Really. And we need to understand, because someone asked me about this colonial and this post. Do you know that they just started ending slavery in places like Ghana and Ivory Coast? All of this in the last 20 years? Yeah, I didn't know that. These Africans still, and they have slavery right now for children, for the chocolate that you eat, whether it's from Ghana or from Ivory Coast. Slavery, yes, they're still practicing it. It still exists throughout significant parts of Africa. Have they learned anything in 400 years? Hell no. A lot of them, no, they have not. So I make no apologies. But anyway, after doing an interview, I think doing some advocacy around what was going on in Ivory Coast, I go to a building on K Street. I think it's like the International Center or whatever. It's a place with shops and places, and I need to charge my phone. I was going to go outside because I figured, I didn't buy anything. There may be a problem, me being a black male, if I charge my phone, although other people do it. We deal with this apartheid here. Come on. I was going to go outside, but there were all these people smoking. I've got crazy sinuses, so I didn't want to be around any smoke. So I saw a socket. I plugged my phone in. Lo and behold, out of nowhere comes an African security guard yelling and screaming and cursing at me. The first time he said something to me, I was quick. He's still yelling and screaming as I did everything he said. He was just yelling and screaming and tripping. And he did this in front of the white people to let them see how he would treat me. Okay? This is what the African guy did. And I just says, wow. I'm in my own home city. I didn't do anything illegal. I was in very nice business clothes, since obviously I'm not some bum off the street. But he knew I was black from America, and he felt like that bastard I just kicked off my thread. May I never see him again. That he could mistreat me because I was a black American. And he took great delight in doing this. I've had this experience many, many times. People enjoyed putting a blade, a dagger, a spear in you for white people. It couldn't matter if I was the nicest, kindest, most decent black person. All of us deserve to be treated like animals. And there are Africans who come here with that kind of ugliness. I would to God this wasn't true. Well, what I did, I went because it pissed me because he absolutely didn't have to be as nasty. I would have left. I moved. He literally been waiting for someone black to do this to. You could tell this was his thing. This is how he got off being ugly to black Americans. And I've had this experience many times with many Africans. I have never done this to any African or Caribbean or Afro-Latin. I've never done it. I don't plan to. But I have experienced it many, many times. And I'm done. I don't care if I never meet another person of any of these places like that. I'm done with it. Let me tell you, I went to get my shoes shined, probably the only time in my life I had my shoes shined. And I asked the black man who shined his shoes, what's up with this African guard here? I mean, did he really have to scream and yell and threaten? I didn't resist him. I wasn't pushing against him. I get it, it's his job. Tell me, brother, tell me it's just me, or does he do this to the black people? Or do white people get to charge their phone from the same socket? And he says nothing. And the black man says, sir, the white people do whatever they want down here, even if they're homeless. Everybody uses that. He just makes certain that no black people down here. He hounds all the black people. Everyone black is made to feel like they're not welcome. And it's like, I wish you hadn't told me that, because this is how I feel. I feel like he just targeted me for mistreatment because it's a black American. And I said, where's the office to the supervisors? And he says, the office is over there. And when I went in to see the supervisors, they were two, what I call brother fucker black men. There are a lot of black men that are the most ridiculous bitches, despicable, fucked up, simp black men who spend all their time tearing other black men down. They're bitches with dicks. This African has been souped up to attack black people by the two niggas who are the supervisors. Because when I go in and said, did he really have to talk to me like this over plugging the phone, and there was no sign, nothing? I could have gone to Obon Pan and got a drink. And the dumbass black Americans, because this is the other thing, the Africans and the Latinos and all the people that give us difficulty have the support of traitor black Americans. These scumsters basically thought that so what, he's unfair to black people. So I said to him, sirs, I work in media, which is true. And sirs, I do consulting for ABC. I can get both of you fired and destroyed in your job if you don't do something about that fucking African out there. I'll punish you. I'll make you guys hurt as much as I'm feeling right now. Fix it, or I'll fix you. Should have never had to do that. Even if I had been wrong, had the African dude said, sir, you can't plug it in there, cool. My favorite teacher from Howard University, from the Gambia, Dr. J.I.O. Langley, one of the greatest Pan-African scholars. Put his name up. J.I.O. Langley. One of my favorite teachers. He died in 2007. Put his name up here. Howard University professor, one day called me into his office and said, "Mr. Short, I'd like to speak to you." Sure, come in. I love this professor. By the way, there's some cool ass Africans. Don't let the fucked up ones deceive you. There are some good Africans. Very good. Righteous African people. Don't let a criticism of a few lead you to think that I put them all in a basket, even though I'm used to being put in a basket as a black American, and so are you. And Dr. Langley said, "Mr. Short, do you know why these people are here?" And he proceeds to say, "They're here to replace you black Americans." And he says, "We need there to be black Americans." This man's from Gambia. You can't let Africans come and kick you out of your own country, which they'll surely try to do. You have to fight them. This is your country. I've never heard this from any black American. An African man's telling me that these Africans seek to dispossess us of our own country. This is what, look up J.I.O. Langley, one of the greatest African, Pan-Africanist historians of all times, tells me this. I'm not walking around thinking of anybody black as not being my brother or sister if possible. But ever since he told me that, I've had more and more experiences with people who've come here who are not acting like brothers and sisters. J.I.O. Langley told me this. I did not ask him and come to him with some song and dance about that. He pulled me aside because apparently some African students had been in his office saying a whole bunch of stuff about black Americans. It made him sick in his guts. And he wanted to tell someone, these folks are coming to undermine you. This is something that we got to address. But it won't be addressed by targeting people, but we got to treat each other better. I want to say to you that boule coons and elitist Negroes are Africa fabulous. They're foreign black fabulous. In the, I've got this book here, Black Bourgeoisie. Someone had asked me about this. I've been thinking to read it, and it talks about the corruption of the black elite and how fake they are. And there's a good piece in here called The Struggle for Status and Recognition that I think I'm going to read the next time we do this Angry Black Men's Book thing, and I'm going to try to do it today. To do some reading today because I miss it. I don't think, first and foremost, I don't have to go back to Africa to be happy. That's the coward's way out. I'm not saying that going to Africa is a coward, but everybody going, a lot of black people here who've been systematically denied the capacity to develop skills through the white Democratic unions that most of you voted for Biden. Y'all support the very same people that support the jails and shutting down the schools and removing the trade so blacks, men, can't do things with their hands and black women don't learn skills. You go to Africa, they don't need people with PhDs. They need people who know how to make shit happen. Can you fix something? Can you build it? Can you repair it? Africa, it doesn't matter what you know, what do you do? Are you a doctor? Are you a nurse? What can you do? Going to Africa, the way many of our people are, You're not going to make it there. And in Africa, they don't have welfare and food stamps. They have starvation and rejection. They will leave your ass behind. They will walk right by your ass starving if you're not about something. Black Americans are not ready for Africa. Our realities aren't in sync with Africa. When people walk by, crippled people every day. People can walk by a mountain of shit, walk down the street and keep walking and not notice it. You're spoiled living here. You better make here work before you go. Better take some equipment. Even the Jews, before they left Germany, had equipment and shit to start new lives. You think you're going to just get on a plane and go there and set up? Can you bake bread? Can you farm? Do you have a cannery? Do you got liquidity, cash to invest in something? If you don't even fucking talk about Africa. It's a lie. And it's a cowardice, it's a fake Pan-Africanist. And by the way, America is as much my country. This is my goddamn Congo and Nigeria. I had ancestors here before there was a fucking Jamestown. Why do I have to give up 3.5 million square miles because they're racist? They're racist Chinese in Africa now. They're racist. White folk from Europe are going all over buying Africa up. There are countries in Africa where the white people own 1/3 of Sierra Leone. They've bought everything up. The same sellout, cheap-ass, backstabbing, tribalistic Africans that are fucked up towards you here have sold their own countries out, and all the land belongs to people other than the people there. How you gonna make it? White supremacy's global. That Jufaray bullshit from Alex Haley, the whole book was a fucking lie. Joe Biden and Kamala hate our guts. If Joe Biden gets into office, and if all of you stupid-ass black people that voted for Joe Biden get their way, they're going to let millions, they're going to make millions and millions of illegals citizens. In Chicago, they already have it written down. I'm going to have the brother come in. All the jobs are for everybody but black Americans. In Louisiana and New Orleans, all the jobs were for people in Honduras and El Salvador where black people in New Orleans couldn't even work in their own neighborhoods. This is what black folks voting blindly Democratic has delivered us. If Joe Biden becomes president, there will be millions and millions of Indians. And that caste system in which you're subhuman, even worse than with white people, is coming. And they get to be white and black. Y'all have opened up the fucking Pandora box of genocide. And it's going to jack your asses up for not thinking. So, and by the way, just so you'll know, the Boule likes the caste system. The black church, through ecumenicalism, is with the caste system. The King family supports the caste system because they're down with Gandhi, getting money from the Gandhi family. We'll be completely fucked up. Completely. And it isn't just hatred, it's part of their religious system that black people are subhuman. They came out of the God's ass. You're subhuman shit. You want it, you got it. And by the way, black women, I keep telling y'all, in India, talk to some African women that have been there. Indian men will take your clothes off, touch your bottom, touch your vagina, touch your breasts in the streets, and the cops will throw the woman in jail for complaining because there, the underclass women are supposed to be the whores to the upper caste people. You're going to have another level of oppression. Good luck. One thing I can say, I have a savage pleasure in seeing ignorant black people who don't like black folks who read and think. Y'all going to miss the hell out of us because at least as much as I'll say to you, I'm not trying to run to Africa. I have places to go in Africa. Because at the end of the day, one thing I can do is I'm educated. Millions of black folk, they haven't completed school. We've got, in this country, roughly 4 out of 10 or more black men can't read. Want to tell you something. In Africa, when you're not educated, the people don't have any respect for you. It's not like here where dumbass people are the one, because they've dumbed the country down. Over in Africa, they worship people that are educated. They worship it. Sisters, loudmouth attitude. Try that in Africa. Oh my God, I want to see the pork chop feminists go to Africa. Let me tell you something. Super aggressive, strong black women were over in Ghana, got into a beef with the men in Ghana over some land. Sadly, those 2 black women got killed. If you think murder doesn't happen in Africa, you haven't done your damn research. Yeah, I might be broke, but I'm not broken, brother. And if you weren't broken, you wouldn't be watching this damn feed. And my brokenness is because I'm not a trader. And that's no excuse. I could go right now and start promoting people taking this damn drug. I could go out and push the shot, and I get paid. I can go up and say, I'm clergy, pay me. And good money, too. There's money on betraying your own people. It's always been. One of the very first black people to make it to the middle class was a person that snitched on the Indians and blacks that planned to burn the white folks out and get their freedom. So, the people that worship money, good luck. But those 2 strong black women, they got killed. They will jack you up in Africa if you don't have backup. So, hey y'all, look at what my brother said. And by the way, it's shallow. It's a very shallow assessment, because I know a lot of people here who don't have. I'm broke because I don't have my MFM, not because I'm educated. That's why I'm for reparations. We all need that. So, all you foreign black people with your opinions, we don't really care. And if you're over in England, they're trying to kick all of the black people out of England and France. And they're just doing it. And you don't want to go back to Jamaica or Barbados or Guyana. You may want to go to Canada. Canada might take you. It's cold. And the police are beginning to kill black folks in Canada. Can't run from racism for forever. If you come here, if they let black folk in, because they're going to change this immigration status here. They don't want this country to become predominantly non-white too quickly, although it's happening anyway. So for all the people in the diaspora, and I'm not saying don't come here. I'm only saying come as a brother and a sister. Come as a brother and a sister. When I travel, I go as a brother or a sister. I don't go as an enemy to other black people. I don't go to replace or mistreat other black people, which is why I don't tolerate disrespect. When I don't disrespect people, black Americans, we have to know how to be both diplomatic and assertive. I respect, but I want respect. You don't show it for me, I'll shut it off real fast. The Jamaican way. I think I have some Jamaican in me. I do. And Um, a man is paralyzed with no money. That's not true. A man is paralyzed when his people don't operate as a nation. I don't have to have the money. I don't have to have the money. I don't have to. Maybe I'm not meant to have a lot. But if black folks live like people in other countries where the reason that people can live on $1 a day, that's a myth. The people in other countries share and work together. And so if that person has 100 friends, he's got $100 he can draw on in a day to make it, even if he just has $1. The problem with the black community is that we don't pool our resources for mutual uplift, and it's unbalanced. You'll get a bastard like Michael Jordan. These people want to gamble $1 million at a time with white racists who hate their guts. And I say gamble maybe 200,000 and give 700 or $800,000 to something that, to a startup. Not much. By the way, people like Oprah don't really invest in things that are revenue generating for black people. When a black person has a business, they have to find someone from somewhere else to invest in them, because blacks with money don't invest in black people. They tend to invest in white things. They'll buy Bitcoin, not knocking Bitcoin, but something black that's making money. They won't believe in it when it's making money, because our real issue is that we hate our own guts. And that's why other people come in and they hate us in turn. It's 4 o'clock. And I'm thinking, if y'all want, because I've been just dying to read this. Man, that tear gas jacked me up. Ever since I had the tear gas, I just have stuff just coming up. This is from the Black Bourgeoisie. I want to read a few pages of it. This is a problem. Even foreign blacks have this stuff. I love this chapter. Y'all want me to read something? Who want me to read a little bit? Y'all want me to read a little bit? Because we can talk about this. This issue. Sheila Jackson Lee, Al Sharpton, Coonburn, Clanburn, Uncle Fuckus, whatever we call him. This really good chapter from E. Franklin Frazier's E. Franklin Frazier. Yes. Y'all want me to do some reading? Really? Okay, y'all. Here's the book, Black Bourgeoisie. You can find this anywhere. And please, niggas, please. And I'm saying, Nick, you tell people what the book is, you hold it up, the shit's rewound, which means if you don't see it, you can go and play it up. I'll type it up, even though people, by the way, please understand this, guys. What's more retarded than me putting the title up so you can see it and someone still asking me what's the name of the book? And people don't want you to say that's stupid, because we've made being dull and slow acceptable. When you do something dull and ignorant, it's so commonplace until people take it for normal. When I had students, and I'm not trying to compare, but I am, I never had Asian or white students ask me certain questions, because I never hid information. I just want to say this before I read for like maybe half hour or so. I had teachers in the university and high school. They were sadistic. They didn't want you to know. They wanted to prove that they were smarter than you. They would hide the information. If they had math problems, they wouldn't let you see the key, right? When I was a teacher, if you want to know, I'll show you the fucking answer. I'd rather you know the answer than you not know the answer. I want you to be informed versus wanting to show you I'm smarter than you. I've been living longer. That boomer bullshit. But I had teachers that would hide. They would punish you, make fun of you, not work with you, not answer, not give you anything. Sit back and watch you stumble around and fail and laugh at you. Teachers, black and white and others. I'm not that kind of person. I'd rather tell you what it is so you'd know. So my response is, if I share it and I treat you better than what I got to get what I got, you should meet me more than halfway to write some of this stuff down. And for all the people calling me broke, they purged black teachers, black foreigner, out of the schools, public, universities, because this country's in economic collapse. And to make certain that whites had jobs, blacks were purged from the universities, from public education, all of that, except for the gay ones or whatever, this twisted people, or if you were younger, right? Meaning that some of the best black teachers have been run out of education. They're not around. They're not allowed to share. And they've gutted education, and they've gotten rid of tenure, and they did all kinds of stuff to run people out of education. As dumb as the American public is, you would think that we would treasure more. There's something wrong with the country that destroys education, but the reason they destroy it is they want people to be as dumb as they are right now. I'm going to type the title of this book for you. I'm going to put it up on the flag so you can see it on the banner. And the hardest word to spell, one of the founding black it's one of the first books that I have a black author that I get to read from. I can't wait. Wow. And I love black authors. I've been doing a lot of heavy white stuff, y'all, because a lot of these conscious people only do black things. So I figure if you just want to hear about pyramids and shit, there are people talking about pyramids and black this and black that. You know, the Eskimos have black penises because of climate. I mean, it's anyway. This is chapter 6 from The Black Bourgeoisie by E. Franklin Frazier. Chapter 6. Inferiority complex and the quest for status. The entire history of the Negro in the United States has been of a nature to create in the Negro a feeling of racial inferiority. During the more than 2 centuries of enslavement by the white man, every means was employed to stamp a feeling of natural inferiority in the Negro's soul. Christianity and the Bible were utilized both to prove and to give a divine sanction to this alleged racial inferiority, or, as some contended, his exclusion from the races of mankind. When the system of slavery was uprooted in the Second American Revolution, it appeared for a brief period that the Negro might receive recognition as a man. But as a result of the unresolved class conflict in which the democratic forces in the South were defeated, the demagogues who became the leaders of the disinherited whites, but really served the interests of the property classes, made Negroes the scapegoat. A legalized system of racial segregation was established, which stigmatized the Negro as unfit for a human association, and every type of propaganda was employed to prove that the Negro was morally degenerate and intellectually incapable of being educated. Living constantly under the domination and contempt of the white man, the Negro came to believe in his own inferiority, whether he ignored or accepted the value of the white man's world. The black bourgeoisie The element which has striven more than any other element among Negroes to make itself over in the image of the white man, exhibits the most strikingly inferior complex of those who had escaped their racial identification. Real talk. When the Constitution of the United States was adopted, it provided that the number of representatives from each state in the House of Representatives should be determined by adding the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years and, excluding Indians not taxed, three-fifths all other persons. Three-fifths of all other persons referred, of course, to Negroes, and the agreement to count the Negro as three-fifths of a person was a compromise between the position that slaves would not be counted at all and the desire on the part of the southern states to have as large a representation as possible. Although the Negro was finally counted as three-fifths of a person for the purposes of representation in Congress, his actual status as a person in the Southern society was probably more accurately described by the Charleston Mercury, which stated that the Negro was as much an article of commerce as sugar and molasses, which he produced. Despite the human relations which developed between Negroes and whites on the plantations, where a paternalistic type of control developed, the Negro was nevertheless an article of commerce, or an animate tool, according to Aristotle's definition of a slave. If any recognition was shown to him as a person, it was conceded to a person who represented a lower and inferior order of mankind. During and for a brief period following the American Revolution, some of the leaders who had acquired French ideas concerning human rights expressed their opposition to the enslavement of the Negro. For example, Thomas Jefferson attacked slavery in his original draft of the Declaration of Independence, in which he declared that the King of England had waged a cruel war against human nature itself in supporting the slave trade. Such sentiments in regard of the enslavement of the Negro were not shared by the plantation owners in the Lower South. Jefferson was a Virginian, and the plantation system of agriculture was becoming unprofitable in Virginia. When, as a result of the technological development in the textile industries of England, there was a great demand for cotton, and Eli Whitney perfected his cotton gin, the idealism concerning human rights ceased to have any reference to the Negro, except among a small group of whites in New England. During the period from 1790 to 1808, the year in which the importation of slaves became illegal, over 100,000 slaves were brought to the United States, and because of the failure of the federal government to suppress the slave trade after 1808, between 250,000 and 300,000 were smuggled into the country. Reduced to a chattel in an alien land, the enslaved Negro was not only detribalized as the Africans who had contact with European civilization, but he was annihilated as a person. Although the detribalized African may take up permanent residence in a town and sever relations with his chief and his relatives, there is always a tribal organization to which he can return, or the traditional culture with which he can identify. The enslavement of the Negro in the United States destroyed not only his family ties and his household gods, it effaced whatever memories of the African homeland that had survived the Middle Passage. The destruction of the common tradition and religious beliefs and practices reduced the Negro to a mere atom without a personality or social identity. The main significance of the proselytizing of the Baptist and Methodist missionaries was that Christianity presented to a slave a simple emotional appeal that provided a release for their frustrated and repressed lives. More than that, it established a bond of union between the slaves and provided them with the meaning of their existence in an alien world. Although Christianity offered the Negro an interpretation of his existence in the alien world, it did not undertake to change his earthly condition as regards to his enslavement. When, for economic reasons during the 17th century, the Negro indentured servant lost his status, which white indentured servants had become a servant for life or a slave, the colonial legislatures made it clear that the conversion to Christianity meant freedom not only for the body in this world, but for the soul and the life after. Nor did the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts, which became its missionary efforts among Negroes in the 18th centuries, offer the Negro slave any escape from subordination to the white man in this world. Among the various Christian missionaries who undertook the conversion of Negroes during most of the 18th century, only the Quakers, who generally met with opposition among planters, were in favor of the emancipation of the slaves. However, none of the proselytizing faiths attracted large number of Negroes until the Baptists and Methodists began their missionary efforts during the closing years of the 18th century. In the beginning, the Baptist and Methodist missionaries who brought their message of salvation to the poor and the outcasts were in favor of the emancipation of the slaves, but soon they accommodated their message of salvation to the earthly condition of the Negro slave. Let me skip over this because this isn't where I want to go. I want to do something else. Hold on. Let's skip a few pages. This is boring. Ah. Since the Negro's black skin was a sign of the curse of God and his inferiority to the white man, therefore a light complexion resulting from racial mixture raised the mulatto above the level of the unmixed Negro. Although mulattoes were not always treated better than the blacks, as a rule they were taken into the household or were apprenticed to a skilled artisan, partly because of the differential treatment accorded to the mulattoes, but more especially because of the general degradation of the Negro as a human being. The Negro of mixed ancestry thought of himself as being superior to the unmixed Negro. Wow, things haven't changed. His light complexion became his most precious possession. Witness, for example, the typical case of the mulatto slave begging Frances Trimble that she be put some other than field labor because hoeing the field was so hard on her on account of her color. Concerning the prestige which white blood conferred, Mrs. Kimball observed that the slaves accepted the contempt of their masters to such an extent that they profess and really seem to feel it for themselves. The faintest admixture of white blood in their veins appears at once by common consent of their own race to raise them in the scale of humanity. Nearly 600,000 Negroes among the somewhat less than 4.5 million Negroes in the United States in 1860 were the result of the sexual association of white men and Negro women. The character of the sexual association between white men and Negro women ranged from rape based upon physical force or the authority of the master to voluntary surrender on the part of the Negro woman. Now it's for free, y'all. Damn. Voluntary surrender on the part of the Negro woman was due, at times, to mutual attraction, but the prestige of the white race was often sufficient to secure compliance on their part, and giving themselves to their white masters. There were certain concrete advantages to be gained, such as freedom from the drudgery of field work, better food and clothing, and the prospect that their half-white children would enjoy certain privileges and perhaps be emancipated. As the Negro class grew in the South, many slaveholders, if married, set up separate households for their black and more often mulatto concubines. In some cases, they lived a monogamous life with their mulatto mistress or concubine, legal marriage being forbidden. But even under the most favorable conditions, the woman and her offspring were stigmatized because of their Negro ancestry. It was out of such an association that the communities of the free mulattoes grew up in the South, and in some parts of the South, they constituted a sort of a lower caste since no matter how well off they might be economically, they still always bore the stigma of Negro ancestry. Even in Louisiana, where the quadroons of gens de couleur became wealthy and sent their children to France to be educated, they were still without political rights and could not associate with whites on a basis of equality. But they, like the free mulattoes in Charleston, South Carolina, and other localities, would not associate with the blacks. The free Negroes of Charleston, who organized the Brown Fellowship Society in 1790, only admitted brown men. This society provided for the education of free people of color, assisted widows and orphans, and maintained a clubhouse and a cemetery for its members. They identified themselves as far as possible with the interests of the white slaveholding aristocracy and did not even permit a discussion of slavery among their members. Although they were not white, they could thank God they were not black. Say boule, boys and girls. Religion and political philosophy rallied to the support of the planters in the South by confirming the racial inferiority of the Negro. This support became especially urgent as the conflict between the economic interests of the North and South became more acute, and the issue over slavery acquired a moral character. Whether the Negro was only chattel property and therefore had no rights as a human being became an issue in the celebrated Dred Scott case, which was taken to the Supreme Court. In 1857, Chief Justice Taney of the Supreme Court, which was dominated by the South, handed down the famous decision, "A Negro has no rights which a white man need respect." The court declared that in the meaning of the words people of the United States in the Constitution, Negroes were not included in the people of the United States. This represented the final triumph of Southern aristocracy in the struggle to dominate the United States. The primary aim of the North in the Civil War was to save the Union. Lincoln made this clear in a letter to Horace Greeley in August 1862, in which he stated, "My paramount objective is the struggle to save the Union, not either to save or destroy slavery. Whether he did about slavery and the Negroes was part of an official duty and not intended to modify his personal wish that all men everywhere could be free." Less than a month after writing this letter, he stated in a speech in Chicago that slavery was not at the root of the rebellion and that the emancipation of the Negro would help the Union cause in Europe. This growing recognition on the part of Lincoln that the emancipation of the Negro was tied up with the struggle of the North against the South was due partly to the question which had been raised concerning the employment of Negro soldiers in Northern armies. In fact, the employment of Negro soldiers in the Union Army posed the crucial question of the future status of the Negro in American society. Lincoln did not have much faith in the ability of Negroes to be trained as soldiers. He had stated that if the Negroes were given arms within a few weeks, their arms would be in the hands of the Southern rebels. Lincoln shared the prejudices of the masses of Northern whites to whom, as Du Bois well said, the Negro was a curiosity, a subhuman minstrel, a willing and naturally a slave, and treated as well as he deserved to be. He had not sense enough to revolt to help the Negro armies, even if the Negro armies were trying to emancipate him, which they were not. The North shrank at the very thought of encouraging servile insurrections against whites. General Hunter, an abolitionist, had recruited Negro soldiers in South Carolina after applying in vain to Washington for reinforcements. His actions provoked a long debate in Congress, which resulted in the disbanding of his Negro regiment. It was only after the Emancipation Proclamation and a pressing need for manpower that the War Department authorized the employment of Negro soldiers. My Lord, the general attitude of the North towards arming of the Negro was indicated by the fact that when it planned for the first two regiments authorized by the War Department, the 54th and the 56th Massachusetts regiments, to pass through New York City, the chief of police warned that they would be insulted and it was necessary for these regiments to go by sea to the theater of war in South Carolina. Because of the general opposition to the enlistment of Negroes as soldiers, many difficulties beset their recruitment. It was regarded as a stigma for white officers to serve in colored regiments. Then there was opposition in Congress to giving Negro soldiers the same pay as white soldiers. It was not until 1864 that it was finally agreed that Negro soldiers should receive the same pay as white soldiers. This is not strange in view of the fact that the Negro in the North outside of New England did not live under the same laws as whites. Nearly some 200,000 Negroes lived in the Civil War and served in the Civil War, which became, despite the intention of the majority of Northern leaders, a war of emancipation. Since the Negro had contributed to the success of Northern arms, they felt that they had earned the right to freedom and citizenship. There had been an attempt to disparage the contribution of the Negro soldiers to the victory of the North, but unprejudiced white officers who led Negro soldiers testified to their courage and efficiency. This was, however, only the beginning of a campaign of disparagement of the Negro soldier, which was to continue until World War II. Soon after his emancipation, the Negro began to experience disillusionment about the meaning of freedom. The Southern states enacted black codes which really re-enslaved the Negro. Restrictions were placed upon the occupations in which the freedmen could enter. Provisions were made for them to be apprenticed to their former masters, and severe penalties provided for their failure to keep their labor contracts with the planters and for being impudent to whites. It was an enactment of these black codes by which the Southern states provided the moral justification for placing the South under military rule and using the military power to guarantee the rights of Negroes as citizens. For a brief period, less than a decade, in most of the Southern states, the Negro enjoyed the rights of a citizen. If the Second American Revolution had not been aborted, it would have established a democracy in the South in which poor whites and black freedmen would have shared power. Leaders like Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts and Senator Thaddeus Stevens of Pennsylvania wanted to divide up plantations and create a class of black and white small farmers who would have formed the basis of this democracy, but the industrialists of the North were not interested in democracy. They were interested in the exploitation of the resources of the South and in forming an alliance with the emerging middle classes. As a consequence, Northern troops were withdrawn from the South, and when the Negro's vote was no longer needed, the so-called restoration of white supremacy really meant the political domination of the Bourbons, or an alliance of the planters and the new industrial and commercial classes in the South. During the Reconstruction period, there had never been any Negro domination in the South, although the Republican Party in the South depended upon Negro voters. It had been Southern white supporters who were called scalawags. The race issue was utilized to defeat not only the Republican Party, but the Democratic upsurge which was threatened by the alliance of black freedmen and the poor whites. Under the political domination of the Bourbons, the poor whites were about in the same economic condition as the freedmen. The restoration of white supremacy in the South did not resolve the class conflict within the white community. This opened up a way for the rise of the Southern demagogues who offered a solution to the class conflict that did not threaten the economic interests of the propertied class, while offering some relief to the poor whites. As we have seen in the introduction, their program provided for the complete disfranchisement of Negroes, the diversion of public school funds from Negro schools to white schools, and the establishment of a system of legalized racial segregation. That has erroneously been called the rise of the poor whites in the 1890s, inaugurated a period in history of which the Negro in the United States, which a studied campaign was carried out to prove the Negro was subhuman, morally degenerate, and incapable of being educated. Although the Bourbons had achieved political power on the racial issue, they often had as little regard for poor whites as for poor Negroes. Once in power, they were willing to leave the voteless and landless Negroes in peace. But the demagogic leaders of the poor whites carried on a ceaseless campaign of terror and vituperation against all persons of Negro descent for over a quarter of a century. Southern white politicians who carried on this campaign had the support of the propertied classes, the newspapers, and the clergy. They carried out their campaign in the halls of the Congress of the United States, where they met with scarcely any opposition. The North had become weary and ashamed of its idealism about the Negro, and they had agreed that the South could best handle the Negro problem. At the same time, the Supreme Court of the United States had been nullifying or curtailing the rights of Negroes, which had been written into the amendments of the Constitution or into laws. During the 1890s, 2 to 3 Negroes were lynched every week. In 1898, there was a riot in Wilmington, North Carolina. Hold on one moment. Whew. This book is old. There was a riot in Wilmington, North Carolina, during which Negroes were murdered, their property was destroyed, they were evicted from the petty offices which they were elected, and driven from the city. In regard to the Negroes' fitness to vote, Senator Vardaman of Mississippi declared, "It matters not what is the Negro's advertised mental or moral qualifications may be. I'm just as much opposed to Booker T. Washington as a voter with all his Anglo-Saxon reinforcements as I am to the coconut-headed, chocolate-colored typical coon, Andy Dotson, who blacks my shoes every morning. Neither is fit to exercise the supreme function of citizenship." Then there was Senator Tillman of South Carolina, who advocated for the killing of 30,000 Negroes in his state and declared in a public lecture in Detroit, Michigan, on one occasion that he did not know how many Negroes he had killed. In the Congress of the United States in 1898, David A. DeArmond of Missouri described Negroes as being almost too ignorant to eat, scarcely wise enough to breathe, mere existing human machines. White public opinion and personal attitudes of whites concerning Negroes were being formed by politicians and newspapers. There appeared in 1900 a book entitled "The Negro, a Beast," published by the American Book and Bible House. The publishers of this book stated in the preface that if the book were considered an intelligent and prayerful manner, that it would be in the minds of the American people like unto the voice of God from the clouds appealing to Paul on his way to Damascus, in the order that the American people might be convinced of a scientific nature of the biblical truths presented to this book. The author included pictures of God as an idealized picture of a white man in order to prove that the white people were made in the image of God as stated, and the caricature of the Negro showing that he could have not been made in the image of God. This book had a wide circulation, especially among church-going whites, and helped fix in their minds that it was argued in the last chapter of the book that the Negro was not the son of Ham or even a descendant of Adam and Eve, but simply a beast without a soul. While this book was giving religious sanction to the current beliefs concerning the inferiority of the Negro's inferiority was being engraved in every public edifice, railroad stations, courthouses, theaters with signs showing rear entrances for Negroes or kitchens in which Negroes might be served. Moreover, every representation of the Negro he was pictured as a gorilla dressed up like a man. His picture was never carried in newspapers in the South. The same rule holds for today in most parts of the South unless he had committed a crime. In the newspapers, a Negro was described as burly or ape-like, or even Negroes who looked like whites were represented in cartoons as black with gorilla features. All of this fitted into the stereotype which represented the Negro as subhumans or a beast without any human qualities. The vilification of the Negro continued until the second decade of the 20th century. The so-called authoritative study of the Negro, published as a doctoral dissertation in the Columbia University Studies in History, Economics, and Public Law, accepted as scientific evidence the statement that the Negro was destitute of morals as any of the lower animals. In the very year in which the First World War started, advertised authority on the Negro stated in the book that the Negro was an instinctive criminal. Then in 1915, Army surgeon assured the American people that many animals below man manifest a far greater amount of real affection in their lovemaking than do Negroes, and it was very rare to see two Negroes kiss each other. It is not surprising that when this book was written, a Negro could not sing a sentimental song on the American stage. During this campaign to prove that the Negro was subhuman and unfit for human association, the masses of Negroes found refuge within the isolated world of the Negro folk. Their lives revolved principally around their churches, where they sang their songs of resignation and looked forward to another world in which they might escape the contempt and disdain of the white man. The Negro who migrated to a northern city discovered that he was only half a man in the white man's world. The educated middle-class Negroes who had striven to conform to the American ideas and had contact with the larger social world could not find refuge in the world of the Negro folk. In the South, they were subject to the same Jim Crow laws and contempt as the Negro masses, and in the North they were outsiders. The mass Negro migrations of Negroes to the northern cities and the impact of the two world wars upon the United States changed the relations of the Negroes to the American society, but the Negroes have remained outsiders who still face the problem of being integrated into American society. The black bourgeoisie, who have striven to mold themselves in the image of the white man, have not been able to escape from the mark of racial inferiority. Portion 3. Struggle for status and recognition. Although the old black bourgeoisie, or the Negro upper class, was not able to find refuge in the world of the Negro folk, nevertheless, they were sheltered to some extent against the contempt and the terror of the white man because they lived within the segregated Negro world. Their privileged position at the top of the social pyramid behind the walls of segregation provided some compensation for their hurt self-esteem. But while the Negro folks were exposed to a greater extent to the violence of the whites, the black bourgeoisie was more exposed in a spiritual sense. Except for the economic relations with whites, the Negro folks could retreat within their own world with its peculiar religious life, recreation, and family and sex life. Moreover, since the thinking of a Negro folk was not affected as that of the black bourgeoisie by books and newspapers in which the Negro's inferiority was proclaimed, the black bourgeoisie suffered spiritually, not only because they were affected by the ideas concerning the Negro's inferiority, but perhaps even more because they had adopted the white man's values and patterns of behavior. The boule, y'all. Consequently, they developed an intense inferiority complex because this inferiority complex sought compensations. Large sections of the old middle class sought compensations in their white heritage. They were not merely proud of their white complexion, but they boasted of their kinship with the aristocratic whites of the South. In fact, in some cases, their white ancestors had helped them to secure an education or had provided for them economically. They also sought compensations and standards of puritanical family and sex mores, which set them apart from the black masses. But the chief compensation for their inferior status in white American society was found in education. While their racial heritage and conventional standards of morality only gave them a privileged position in the Negro community, education gave them access to a world of ideas that provided an intellectual escape from their physical and social segregation in American life. Therefore, they placed an exaggerated importance upon academic degrees, especially if they were secured from white colleges in the North. If they were secured from white colleges in the North, if one secured a degree of a doctor of philosophy at a northern university, he is considered some sort of a genius. Consequently, for the relatively small group of educated Negroes, education was an indication of their superior culture and a mark of refinement. Bullshit. Education was not simply a form of compensation. Because it set them apart from the Negro masses, it provided a form of compensation as regards their relations with whites. They constantly asserted their educational and cultural superiority to the majority of the whites, whose education was inferior to theirs. Whenever they had contacts with white men who called them by their first names or insulted them, they would take consolation in the fact that the white man was ignorant and could not appreciate art and literature or the things of the spirit as they could. Was not Du Bois expressing this type of compensation when, while a professor of sociology at Atlanta University, during the early years of the century, he wrote, "I sit with Shakespeare, and he winces not. Across the color line, I move arm in arm with Balzac and Dumas, where smiling men and welcoming women glide in gilded hall." Despite their solid achievements and the satisfactions which they derived from their way of life, there was always an atmosphere of unreality. Like Clyburn, like Kamala and fake-ass Howard University and fake-ass Sheila Jackson Lee and fake-ass boule niggers in general and lying-ass Negroes in the CBC. All of them lying niggers. Unreality. This book is from 1957. More things change. Unreality. Surrounding the isolated life of the small black middle class. As we've seen, the urbanization and increasing occupational differentiation of the Negro population undermine. Listen to this. Hold on. Let me do this again. Let me break this down to y'all. The urbanization and increasing occupational differentiation of the Negro population, and I need to add access to education. The no good, the bottom 90% of Negroes started making a move without the coon ass sellout trader, blackneck, calf can't, daft Dan niggas began to move up without the help of the black elite. They began rising. That means black folk were getting their shit together as messed up as they were. How did the boule, how did the coon elite, how did they respond to black folks trying to make life better for themselves? Again, the increasing occupational differentiation of the Negro population, listen to how they saw it, undermined the privileged position. They didn't see it as, wow, black folks are owning property, black folks are learning to read, black folks are standing up, getting themselves together. They saw black people rising up as a threat to their position. They wanted us in the mud the same way the CBC, the same way that the National Asshole Network, the same way that the Boule didn't want us to be and don't want us to be anything. Us not getting killed by the police, us wiping our ass, having sanitation, us having health care makes certain black people angry, which is why they help the gays, the illegals, and everyone else. Right now, it's been going on 100 years. Black urbanization is 100 years old. We're now leaving the cities, and they're still against us having anything. It undermined their position. Imagine, not only were white folks against black people having, this boule group, these high yellow sellout coon ass niggas didn't want you to be anybody. They don't want me to be anyone. None of us can rise because some white dude raped or screwed their grandmama long ago. They have a right to shit and piss and help the cops and everybody destroy us and vaccinate us right now. Wonder why there's silence with this COVID. Wonder why they're not talking about the evictions, because it's not going to happen to them. So they think. Slavery wasn't happening quite the same way to them as us. They're enemies and proud of it. Undermine the privileged position, let me keep reading, of the old middle class. But more important still, the compensation which ancestry, whiteness, skin color, hair texture, all this bullshit, puritanical morals, and especially education, provided in a hostile white world, were inadequate in the life of the new black bourgeoisie. In other words, shit. Now that these niggas are going to school, now that they're moved, they don't notice us anymore. This is how those niggas think. This is why certain people don't like what I'm doing on YouTube. Fuck them. I'm going to keep doing it. Fuck you, coons. We coming for your asses. I'm going to make somebody angry enough to think. Wake up. We're being betrayed by the top 10% of black folks want us like this. We are the 8th richest country in the world. If the successful black people invested their fucking money in changing our situation, we would not have the problem that we have right now. It's time for us to have a civil war in the black community against people who've been helping us hold us down for 400 years. They've been right there with Mr. Bobo doing it to us. I don't care what your color is, your hair texture. You're either for our freedom or you're against it. Angry Black Men's Book Club, baby. having become less isolated and thus being more exposed to the contempt and hostility of the white world, but at the same time cherishing the values of the white world. Wannabe. It's hard out here for wannabe. Can't be white, wanna be white, and hate black. Clyburn, Sheila Jackson Lee, Al Shat-on. Cherishing the values of the white world, the new black bourgeoisie, with more money at their disposal, have sought compensation in the things money can buy. Not investing, not collective uplift, not owning land or hard assets, but just making it rain to say, I'm not broke like the niggas that are getting the cheese or living in the projects or getting killed by the cops. If rich black people got shot and killed as frequently as poor black people did by these killer race soldiers, this shit wouldn't happen. Let them shoot Sheila Jackson Lee's son. Let them shoot some of these black Congress people's kids. See how fast those niggas have a hearing. They don't mind you getting killed. They are okay with you getting killed. They don't mind the people in Flint being poisoned. That little high yellow bitch that's Mayor Flint squandered the money. She doesn't mind broke black people getting poisoned and dying. She doesn't mind. And now they're asking for more money for the victims in Flint. Why? So they can steal more in the name of the broke black people who've been the victims. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? This is, when y'all hear me raving and shit, you want to know what I learned in college? This is some of the shit I learned. This is some of the shit I experienced in college. If I told you at Howard and other places, students that went out into the community to help people got punished by the teachers. Don't help those niggas. I was working in Lane College. I wanted to go and volunteer and teach in the prisons for free. Just help somebody. I was told I couldn't do it by the same sort of people. Why do you want to help them? But they didn't have anything. Your job is to help the students. Well, I tried to do tutorials at night. They locked the buildings. You wouldn't let me go to the prison to help people. You wouldn't let me go in the community and help people. And then at the school where you told me I'm supposed to work, you locked the building, so I couldn't go there either. They didn't really want other black people to have. I'm not lying to you when I say this. I'm not lying to you. We're being set up from within. We're being set up from within. Al Sharpton gave Fauci the Martin Luther King Award. A man who's killed hundreds of thousands, if not participated in the killing of tens of millions of black people, gets the Martin Luther King Award? Couldn't he have given him something else, like a medical award? But he had to, he's an evil man, Sharpton. And we honor him. And Jesse Jackson took the shot this week to encourage other black people. Do you understand me? And for the people who said I'm broke, as I said, I can just start marrying gay couples. I have status as a preacher to be in the congregational church. All I have to do is like marry two men, just marry one gay couple, and I'd be making six figures. I don't even hate gay folk. I'm not mad at it, but I'm not gonna marry them. You do what you do. I can't tell you God wants you to do it. I might even like you. Y'all might even look halfway good together. But I can't do that. God asked me, I can't do that. Get a civil union downtown. I mean, that's the law of the land. I mean, that their union. But a marriage to say it's God, he didn't make Adam and Steve. He didn't make Margaret and Eve. Okay, you can do it. Do what you want. But don't ask for the Most High to bend to you. You're bending to what you want to do. I mean, you're an adult. It's consenting. I know folk in couples, that's what they're doing. So no, money, you can get money. The same people who want white acceptance and status. They're the same ones saying gay's the new black. They're the same ones saying people of color. They're the same ones fighting for open borders. They're the same ones fighting for vaccination. They're the same ones silent for Katrina. They're the same ones silent for Flint. They're the same ones silent for Ferguson. They're the same ones silent for Baltimore. They're the same ones silent in Chicago. They're the same ones silent about Skid Row in Los Angeles. They're the same ones silent for gentrification in D.C. and in Detroit and in L.A. and in Houston. See what I'm saying? And they're often Roman Catholic. I'm not picking on Catholics. They're often Greek. They're Masonic. They sometimes come from light-skinned families. I would tell anybody, I got one of those little high yellow families, but I thank God. I have to show you pictures of my grandparents. My grandfather didn't want to look white. My grandfather did what a lot of people did. They married the darkest people that they could to mix out the white. They didn't want to be white. They wanted to be black, or at least as dark as possible. On multiple sides of my family, we don't want to be anything but what we are. I have relatives. A lot of them are retarded and slow because they only want to marry light-skinned people. That's stupid and nasty. That's incest. They're so inbred. They're so fucked up. I like being black. I wouldn't be anything else. All the oppression and Confederate flags and self-hating niggas has never made me hold my head down. Only thing that's made me mad is Black Lives Matter and Obama and the way black folks have been dumb as fuck, coon as fuck for 15 years. I can't stand this shit. I want Trump to win. I want to see Kamala Harris smashed so bad for her to lose her Senate seat and shit. That would be so funny for me to see all the Boule people, all the Greeks punished and shit. I want it. I want revenge for what the black elite have done. You want to see our movement? You want to see black people start to get this shit together? Let more people think like I do. Why do you think I'm not in the university? Why do you think the little Boule niggas didn't want me in there? I had the students mad as shit. I mean, they had to kick me out. We're going to have a revolution. Look at Short. I saw some students in the library. This is a problem. This actually happened. I'm not lying to you. I'm not exaggerating. No, I had niggas mad. I'm not trying to make them mad. I'm just telling them the truth. Let me keep reading this. Y'all want me to read some more? Y'all want me to stop? It's 4:50 in the morning. Y'all want me to stop? Or y'all want me to read some more? I got some other books here. I'm fired up now. Y'all want some more? Y'all want me to keep reading? Okay, I'm going to keep reading. Look at this. So the black bourgeoisie, they're all under what money can buy, except for freedom, land, unity, empowerment for the masses. Give a fuck. Howard University, every HBCU is always surrounded by slums. Why can't they fix up the areas around? Excuse me. Okay, y'all. I'm going to read some more. This book is old, so it gets in my throat. Okay, let me keep reading. Moreover, their larger incomes enabled them, listen to this, to propagate false notions about their place in American life and to create a world of make-believe. It is to a description and analysis of this make-believe world in which the black bourgeoisie live. That is the second part of which this study is devoted. Make-believe, phoniness, gay is the new black, pedophilia is social progress, 666 from Baphomet looking, punk-ass Bobby Rush, fuck him. God should strike his ass down. Fake-ass nigger and preacher deserves to be given a heart attack. I'm praying for God to take down the CBC this year. Tell him I said it. I prayed on John Lewis. I've been praying for all of them. I mean, shit, I hope they all come in to vote and get COVID. See all their asses die. They betrayed us. They're worthy of death for what they've done to their people. Let me say this to you. When you betray your people and other communities the same way the white folk were on Lindsey Graham in the airport, they're not kind. They're not forgiving. Judas didn't get saved in the Bible. His ass committed suicide because folk were going to do him for Jesus. Chapter 7. I'm trying to think which part I want to do most. I'm going to do chapter 8. Ooh, this book bothers me. You ready? The Negro Press and Wish Fulfillment. The Negro Press and Wish Fulfillment. I think I can do this. The Negro Press is not only one of the most successful business enterprises owned and controlled by Negroes, it is the chief medium of communication which creates and perpetuates the Negro world of make-believe for the black bourgeoisie. Although the Negro Press declares itself to be the spokesman for the Negro group as a whole, it represents essentially the interests and outlook of the black bourgeoisie. Its demand for equality for the Negro in American life is concerned primarily with the opportunities which will benefit the black bourgeoisie economically and enhance the social status of the elite Negroes. The Negro Press reveals the inferiority complex of the black bourgeoisie and provides a documentation of the attempt of this class to seek compensation for its hurt self-esteem and exclusion from American life. Its exaggerations concerning the economic well-being and cultural achievement of Negroes, its emphasis on the Negro society, all tend to create a world of make-believe, and to which the black bourgeoisie can escape from its inferiority and in consequence in American society. Real talk. The Negro Press, like the press of the other ethnic and racial minorities in American life, began as a medium for the expression of the opinion of a small intelligentsia among Negroes. The first Negro paper, Freedom's Journal, was established in 1827 by two free Negroes, one of whom, John Russwurm, was the first Negro to be graduated from an American college. 20 years later appeared the North Star, the name of which was changed later to Frederick Douglass's paper. These papers were concerned primarily with the abolition of slavery and with the protests against civil discrimination against Negroes. After the Civil War, the number of Negro newspapers came into existence, especially after 1880, as the Negro migrated to the cities. At the opening of the present century, the two most important Negro newspapers were The Guardian and the New York Age. The Guardian, published in Boston by Monroe Trotter, was a distinguished graduate of Harvard, expressed the militant demands of the Negro intellectuals for Negro equality, while the New York Age became the principal mouthpiece for the program of Booker T. Washington. A new period in the history of the Negro newspapers was inaugurated by Robert Abbott, who had started the Chicago Defender in 1905 as a mere handbill. In 1910, Abbott employed an assistant who began to use headlines containing sensational news in order to attract attention. This represented a departure from the traditional type of Negro newspaper that had been designed to attract Negro intelligentsia. Although this device tended to increase the sale of the Chicago Defender, it was a mass migration from the South and following the First World War that caused the Chicago Defender to become the leading Negro newspaper and to exceed 100,000 circulation by 1922. Let me stop for 1 second and say to you, this great black newspaper, what little existed of it was largely destroyed by Roland Martin and his mismanagement of the newspaper. One of the greatest black institutions in our history, Roland Martin destroyed. Wonder why they give him so much play. Whenever you see anyone black that's held high, look for the bones in their closet. Look for the destroyed black institutions where they were before they got there. Look at the destroyed lives. Who did they stab in the back? Obama stabbed Emil Jones in the back and stabbed Miss Palmer in the back, stabbing Jeremiah Wright in the back, then stabbed a whole race in the back. He has that big house in Martha's Vineyard. Success under this white supremacist economic system and our failure to create our own economy means that when you go to them for money, they pay you to do in your brothers and sisters, like they've paid Roland Martin, like they pay Al Sharpton and Maxine Waters and Barack Obama and Michelle Obama and Oprah. Success means betrayal until we create our own independent institutions and invest in each other. Real talk, black folk. During and following the First World War, the Chicago Defender became the most important medium for stimulating the migration of Negroes from the South. In the Defender, the North was represented as a promised land in which the oppressed Negro could escape. Thousands of letters were sent by Negroes in the South to the Defender asking for help in order to move to the North where they could find an opportunity for employment for themselves and educational opportunities for their children. At the time that the Defender became the defender of the rights of the Negro, exposing discrimination against the Negroes in the North and protesting against lynching and other forms of oppression of the Negro in the South. The spectacular success of the Defender was due to the fact that it provided for the mental stimulation which the Negroes experienced in the urban environment, for the masses of Negroes who had escaped from the social and mental isolation of the rural South. The northern metropolis opened up a new world of ideas and adventure. The Negro's imagination was awakened by the marvels of the city, which offered various escapes from the pent-up existence which they had known. The northern city provided a mental stimulation not only for the Negro folk, but for the educated Negro as well. It was immediately following the First World War that the Messenger, a magazine advocating socialist ideas, was established and became popular. Likewise, during this period, the Crisis, the official publication for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, became under the editorship of W.B. Du Bois the most important magazine of the public opinion among Negroes. Between the First World War and World War II, the number and circulation of Negro newspapers grew rapidly because of the continued urbanization of the Negroes and the increased literacy among them. More than two-thirds of the Negro newspapers which were in existence in 1943 had been established after the close of World War I. In 1943, there were 164 active newspapers, 58 of which were published in 20 cities which had 50,000 or more Negro inhabitants in 1940. Of the 144 newspapers on which information was provided, 114 were published regularly each week and had a combined average circulation per issue of more than 1.6 million copies. Although about two-thirds of the papers were published in the South, the most important Negro newspapers from the standpoint of circulation and influence were published in the northern cities. The World War II accelerated the growth and importance of the Negro newspapers. During World War II, 4 Negro newspapers emerged as the most important organs of opinion among Negroes. The Pittsburgh Courier, with a weekly circulation of 270,000. The Afro-American, with the circulation of about 230,000, and the Chicago Defender with 160,000, and the Journal and Guide, which is in Norfolk, Virginia, with about 78,000. Of all of these papers, like most Negro newspapers, with the single exception of a small daily paper published in Atlanta, Georgia, began as a weekly publication in order to provide more up-to-date news. The Pittsburgh Courier and the Afro-American have instituted 2 weekly editions. They have reached other communities and increased their circulation by publishing special editions in 4 or 5 cities. The Defender, which became a daily in 1956, has a special national edition that circulates throughout the country, while the Journal and Guide, the most important Negro newspaper published in the South, has a national edition that is read on the Eastern Seaboard. As the circulation of the Negro newspapers has grown, news gathering agencies have come into existence, the most important of which is the Associated Negro Press, established in 1919. The Negro newspaper came into existence as an organ of the Negro protest, and it grew in importance because the white press ignored what was considered news in the Negro community. Moreover, since the Negroes read white newspapers, if the same news were published in the Negro newspapers, it must have a special slant in order to appeal to Negroes. Therefore, the Negro newspaper not only reports on what happens in the isolated Negro social world, but presents the events of the larger world in a manner which has meaning for Negroes in their isolated social existence. Since the Negro newspaper makes its appeal to the awakened imagination of Negroes in urban communities, it provides a romantic escape for the Negro urban dwellers. During World War II, a number of Negro magazines, similar to Life, with pictures accompanied by romantic stories of the activities of Negroes both inside and outside the United States, began to circulate widely among Negroes. The most important of these, Ebony, Jet, Hue, and Tan Confessions. The last, renamed Tan, was made full-size magazine, are published by the same company. While Ebony deals especially with the achievements and personal lives of Negroes who are public figures, Jet contains gossip concerning personalities in Negro life. Although Tan is not as sensational as its predecessor, it nevertheless carries stories of sex attraction and romantic love, both sanctioned and condemned by the prevailing mores. Hue, a pocket-sized magazine like Jet, carries general news of the Negro world and tends to romanticize the everyday activities of Negroes. Although the Negro press, including magazines as well as newspapers, claim to be published in the interest of the race, it represents primarily the interests of the black bourgeoisie and promulgates the bourgeois values of the make-believe world of the black bourgeoisie. Since the black Negro press has always claimed that one of its functions was to present to the world the proper picture of the Negro, it has naturally placed much emphasis on the achievement of Negroes. However, the reports which the Negro press has given concerning the Negro achievements are primarily an attempt to compensate for the collective inferiority of the Negro, especially of the black bourgeoisie. Consequently, the significance of the Negro press attributes to these achievements generally has little relation to the world of reality outside of the world of make-believe into which the black bourgeoisie has found an escape. In the past, the achievements reported by the Negro press were concerned mostly with some distinctions which Negroes have achieved in the field of education, literature, music, the theater, arts, and sports. Then, too, much emphasis was placed upon the role of Negroes in American history. Negro newspapers have not restricted, however, their accounts to the achievements of the Negroes in the United States. Literary achievements of the Dumas in France and of the Pushkin in Russia are constantly presented to Negroes. Even obscure and relatively unknown persons of Negro descent are presented to the Negro public as persons who have played important roles in history. Recently, for example, Samuel Johnson's Negro servant, who was painted by Sir Joshua Reynolds, was featured as an example of the Negro in the world of arts. Sometimes historical figures whose features or dark complexion can be made the basis of the claim that they are of Negroid ancestry are presented as evidence of the importance of the Negro in history. But it is more often the petty achievements of living Negroes that are reported as if they're of great importance. The appointments of Negroes to minor positions in the federal and state governments are reported as some great achievements. In the Negro press, mere police magistrates become judges. As a result of exaggeration of the achievements of Negroes, myths grow up about the accomplishment of Negroes. A Negro student who makes a good record in a Northern university may be reported to be a genius. The awarding of a doctorate to a Negro by a Northern university is still reported as if it had great significance. One myth which appears in the Negro newspapers concerns a Negro who knows so much about the subject that no university in the world has a faculty with sufficient knowledge to award him a doctorate. Since the Negro has begun to travel abroad, myths have grown up in regard to the artistic and intellectual achievement of Negroes in foreign countries. These myths, which helped create the world of make-believe for the Negro, will be discussed in the section dealing with the recognition according to the Negro. As the black bourgeoisie has grown in importance in the Negro community during the past 2 decades, the Negro press has focused attention on the activities of the Negro in business and his achievements in acquiring wealth. In a newspaper which devotes nearly half a page to business, it is reported that the Citizens Trust Company, a Negro bank in Atlanta, has petitioned the Georgia Secretary of State to permit it to amend its charter in order to raise the capital stock from $200,000 to $300,000. Along with this announcement appears another news item stating that the senior student at the Negro State College in Petersburg, Virginia, was the winner of the Wall Street Journal Students Award of 1954. 3 weeks earlier, there appeared in the same paper an announcement that a Greek letter sorority in Nashville, Tennessee, was planning for its National Business Week. In a news story with the picture of the ceremony, this paper reported 3 weeks later that the wife of the president of the Negro College in the same city crowned an employee of a Negro church publishing house Miss Business and Professional. In the business column of this same paper, one learns that the business fraternity is being organized in the Negro State College in Greensboro, North Carolina. However, these typical terms, which were taken at random from the business column of the Negro newspaper, lack the romance that surrounds the Negro's acquisition for wealth which one finds in Ebony. 5 years ago, Ebony carried an editorial entitled "Time to Stop Begging." The editorial opened with the sentences, "This is a day of confiscatory income taxes. All-powerful labor unions and fast-spending eras thus seems to be approaching for the American age of philanthropy." As a result, according to the editorials, Negroes cannot look to philanthropy for the bountiful benevolence for which has supported their institutions. Fortunately, however, this will bring to an end the control which philanthropy once exerted over Negro leaders, a pattern which had been set by Booker T. Washington. Then the editorial asks the question, where is the money coming from to support Negro institutions? It answers this question by saying it will come from Negroes. Then it informs its readers that there are at least a dozen Negro millionaires, and the total income of Negroes exceeds $10 billion. At the same time, the same issue, there's an illustrated article, "The 10 Richest Negroes in America." The 10 richest Negroes included an 82-year-old retired multimillionaire in Texas, the head of North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company and a number of businesses in Durham, North Carolina, the wealthiest Negro undertaker, Marion Anderson, 2 brothers multimillionaires who the kings of the policy rackets. 2 brothers even own a cotton farm and manufactured embalming fluids. A specialist who was considered the richest Negro doctor. Father Divine, two brothers that acquired wealth from oil on their farm in Oklahoma, and a Jamaican-born Negro who owns real estate in New York City. The article informs the reader that the Negro capitalist in Durham has a $25,000 home and draws an annual salary of $20,000, while the undertaker has an annual income of $100,000, and the Negro doctor has an 8-room house in Chicago valued at $45,000, while the owners of the oil wells in Oklahoma receive as much as $25,000 monthly from their three corporations to which they lease their oil wells. The reader is also informed that one of the brothers who owns the oil wells owned a $6,500 custom-built Chrysler Thunderbolt, and the other brother gave his divorced wife a $50,000 home, an automobile, and $400 a month for life. It did not mention how this divorced wife would maintain a $50,000 home and an automobile on $400 a month. Accompanying the story of each of the 6 of the richest Negroes in America, there is information on the next richest Negro. For example, the reader learns that the next richest Negro doctor has an annual income of $25,000 and has a home worth $40,000. Next to Marian Anderson is a Negro comedian who earns $150,000 annually and owns a house worth $50,000. And next to Father Divine is a leader of a cult, Elder Solomon Lightfoot Mishaw, who has gained notoriety as a Happy I Am radio preacher, second to the 2 kings of the policy racket, who are supposedly worth $3 million, as a policy king who has a worth of $500,000 and owns a suburban home worth $25,000. The latter issue of Ebony of the same year contained an illustrated article entitled Wealthy Widows. In the introduction to the article, it is stated that, quote, along with white society, Negro America, too, has its share of widows of both kinds, the married widows and the retiring old in years and in spirit variety. Leading the list of wealthy society widows is the widow of the king of the policy racket in Chicago, in addition to a $150,000 trust fund. The dead policy king left his widow $30,000 in American telegraph and telephone stocks. Then follow the pictures and stories of 25 other wealthy widows. 5 of these widows inherited their money from husbands who were undertakers, 5 from real estate dealers, 5 from physicians. There were 2 widows who owed their money to husbands who were newspaper men, and 2 whose husbands were in life insurance business. The remaining 6 widows were beneficiaries of husbands who respectively a nightclub owner, a police magistrate, an officer in a fraternal organization, a dentist, a policy king, and an owner of a trucking business. The reader learns that the widow of the undertaker has an annual income above $20,000, and she follows the races and drove to the Kentucky Derby in one of her Cadillacs, and that she sports diamonds and expensive clothes. Similar details are presented on the wealth, taste, and habits of other wealthy widows. Hardly a month passes that Ebony does not carry a story in its section devoted to business concerning the success of Negroes in acquiring wealth. In December 1948, there was an example of the story of the former Negro teacher of economics in a Southern Negro college that, accompanied by a picture of him in front of his office, which the readers informed is near Wall Street. The former Negro teacher was a soldier in the Philippine Islands during World War II, had acquired a fortune by buying vehicles that had been discarded by the United States Army and selling them after they had been reconditioned, Or, to take a different story of a nature, which was intended to show the Negro's acquisition of wealth within the Negro group, one may turn to the May 1953 issue. This illustrated story, which was entitled Death of Big Business, told how Negro undertakers or morticians, as they have come to be known, do a gross business of $120 million a year as a result of 150,000 Negro funerals. According to Ebony, 3,000 Negro undertakers have a monopoly on burying Negroes, and their mortuaries have become the most attractive buildings owned by Negroes in most cities. In some of the smaller towns, Negro undertakers are not only the richest Negroes, but their businesses constitute the only Negro business. It appears from the statement that of one undertaker that the Negroes insist on having Cadillacs for the funerals of their relatives. Their desire in regard to Cadillacs seems to be a reasonable demand in light of the editorial which appeared in Ebony in September 1949. In this editorial, entitled Why Negroes Buy Cadillacs, it was stated that wealthy Negroes should not be criticized any more for buying Cadillacs, while the masses of Negroes live in slums, than well-to-do whites who buy Cadillacs when numerous whites are unemployed. The editorial concludes that although too often Negroes with Cadillacs cannot afford them, the Cadillac is a worthy symbol of their aspiration to be genuinely first-class Americans. In becoming first-class Americans, Negroes, at least the black bourgeoisie, are breaking into the money market of the United States, according to Ebony, in an illustrated article entitled Negroes in Wall Street. There were featured in October 1950 two young Negroes, each of whom were employed by a brokerage firm in Wall Street. According to the article, these young Negroes are pushing a campaign to lure post-war Negro savings into the investment field. In the same issue, there is an illustrated story entitled Death Comes to the World's Richest Negro, which describes how the Texas millionaire referred to above was buried. The Texas multimillionaire lay in state and a $5,000 satin-furnished bronze casket surrounded by more than $2,000 in wreaths and floral designs. In the funeral procession, which was 2.5 miles long, there was a succession of Cadillacs and 2 Cadillac flower wagons, which was specially built. In the case of many wealthy Negroes, when the Negro multimillionaire died, only $100,000 remained of his reputed $3 million. In addition, however, there were a Young Men's Christian Association building in memory of his son, who died mysteriously while a student at Harvard University, and a $38,000 marker over his grave. From the stories which appear in Ebony, it seems that rich Negroes are appearing faster than they are dying. And the issue of March 1954 carried a story, Who Are the Newly Rich? According to Ebony, a group of newly rich Negroes have quietly emerged during the past 10 years. They are conservative. They are not ostentatious in their display of wealth. They live comfortably, though modestly, in $40,000 to $50,000 homes. They are interested in good books and opera, in which they subscribe and send their children to the best schools. The newly rich Negroes, according to Ebony, represent only a small portion of the hundreds of rich Negroes who have assets ranging from $100,000 to $1 million. Heading up the list is Jackie Robinson, the first Negro to play and organize baseball, who has an annual income of $32,000 from baseball and $15,000 from broadcasting. Another newly rich Negro was a woman who has built $1 million beauty business. She and a lawyer are shown in the picture accompanying the article entering the Metropolitan Opera House. And the other newly rich Negroes include several who have accumulated fortunes in real estate, a director of a Negro loan and investment company, an owner of a restaurant, a hotel, a barber shop, a drugstore, a pool room, an automobile salesman, a paving contractor, director of a savings and loans association, a nationally known research chemist, a building contractor, a physician at a large real estate holdings. In fact, the readers informed in another article in the same issue of Ebony that the majority of the Negro physicians are no longer depend entirely on their professional work for their incomes. Although Our World, a picture magazine similar in many respects to Ebony, does not report on the same extent as the latter the accumulation of wealth by Negroes, a perusal of its pages will show that it does not fail to inform the public of the prosperity of the black bourgeoisie. For example, in the June 1954 issue, there's a story of the phenomenal rise of to prominence of a councilman in a northern city, while the wife of the councilman and the readers are told that he was very sensational in 1935 with a salary of $5,000. The councilman now had a total annual income of more than $20,000. In the October issue 1953, the readers are told of the story of Daddy Grace, a leader of a religious cult, who is described as a millionaire with the Bible who built up a real estate empire. The April 1953 issue reported the story of a Negro man of distinction who, as a result of being featured in the ads of a large whiskey distillery, were taken on a hilarious pleasure trip to Florida. This story was an indication of the recognition shown the black bourgeoisie by the white business world. Section 3. Recognition of the race. Because of the deep-seated inferiority complex, the black bourgeoisie hungers, Claiborne, hungers for any form of recognition by people or groups that have status or power in the world. The Negro press provides recognition for black bourgeoisie in various ways. It plays up any recognition that is accorded American Negroes by any of the so-called independent colored nations. In the past, subjects of some of these colored nations have studiously avoided identification with American Negroes. It's still the fucking case, but what does the facts matter to our boule traders? They don't even want us. Kamala Harris is a good example. Let's do this again. In the recent past, subjects of some of these colored nations have studiously avoided identification with American Negroes. Kamala Harris, you dumbass niggas that voted for her. Nevertheless, when in recent years, the subjects of these colored nations showed the disposition to accept American Negroes, the black bourgeoisie seized upon the opportunity to gain recognition. Whenever American Negroes visit Haiti, they are accorded any recognition, or whenever Haitians in the United States invite them to their social affairs, the event is featured in the Negro press. Moreover, despite the fact that Ethiopians make it clear that they are not Negroes, the black bourgeoisie seeks every opportunity to gain some recognition from the emperor of that country. When the emperor visited the United States recently, the Negro press played up the fact that he consented to receive one of their reporters and had sent a message to American Negroes advising them to continue their social and intellectual advancement with Christian courage. The Negro press also featured any recognition shown Negroes by Liberia. This does not mean that the black bourgeoisie is seeking identification with Africans as a racial group. Let's stop right there. The Negroes with power or influence didn't help the people in Libya or Haiti or Liberia or Sierra Leone or Mozambique. They don't fucking do nothing. It's just about them rubbing asses and trying to show that they're not like the average black folks. And they're not. They're scum. They don't, they hate, they despise these people. They just don't want to be around you and me. Just saying. Let me keep reading. Hold on. I didn't lose my place. I may have lost my place. Hold 1 second. Oh, here it is. I did lose my place. They are not seeking recognition with Africans as a racial group because of their ignorance. The majority of the black bourgeoisie still regard Africans as savages or exotic people and speak condescendingly of developments which have occurred in Africa if they happen to hear of them. At the same time, the Negro press, in its role as the defenders of the race, may give lip service to pride and being a Negro. For example, the Negro press featured a letter written by Jackie Robinson, the black baseball idol, to a Negro orphan who had been overheard to say that he wished he were white, telling him to be proud that he was a Negro. A mere perusal of the Negro newspapers and magazines will reveal that a large part of the income is derived from the advertisement of products which will remove or modify Negroid characteristics. These advertisements tell how the Negro can rid himself of his black or dark complexion, or how he can straighten his hair. It was through the manufacture of such products that Madam C.J. Walker, one of the first rich Negroes, gained notoriety, made a fortune, and set the standard for conspicuous consumption that has become legendary. While rejecting any genuine identification with the black race, the black bourgeoisie seeks nevertheless whatever recognition it may enjoy because of the high status of individuals of Negro ancestry in the world. Consequently, the Negro press is compelled to focus attention upon the relatively few Negroes who have gained any form of recognition in the white world. The few Negroes who have gained any recognition consist chiefly of entertainers and leaders of organizations who have contacts with whites, like the ones that met with Biden, Derek Johnson's ass of the NAACP, and Al Sharpton's ass, and that silly-ass Melanie Johnson and all the other silly-ass coons who will deliver and get nothing for themselves or us. Real talk, coons. Coons of the century, coons of the decade. Let's send their asses awards. Let me keep going. Dr. Ralph J. Bunche has a unique position in this respect, since not a week passes that the Negro press fails to carry news about him and his achievements. Every recognition that Dr. Bunche has received has been interpreted as a form of recognition for the black bourgeoisie, who have all been all the more inclined to identify with him because he is not black. And playing up the recognition that the Negro receives, the Negro press utilizes the most trivial events. A Negro actor only needs to play the most insignificant role, even a role of a servant, in connection with some prominent white actor for an event to be played up as some form of recognition. Sometimes recognition is accorded to the Negro questionable relations with whites. For example, the fact that a white man was found dead in Canada with an American Negro woman that was described as a love tryst was featured on the front page of a Negro paper. and reporting any recognition that the Negro may receive, the Negro press is not concerned with principles or values, except where status in a narrow sense is concerned. It would be quick to criticize an Uncle Tom or a Negro who would suggest that the Negro should not be treated as a citizen and with the same rights as the white citizens. But the Negro press is not concerned with the broader social and economic values. It would give prominence with avowed or unavowed approval to any recognition that is given to the Negro by any organization in the United States, so long as there's no implication of racial inferiority. For example, it featured the election of a Negro doctor to the presidency of a local affiliate of the American Medical Association, although the doctor had opposed the National Health Program, which would have benefited the masses of Negroes had he been elected, and had been elected to the office of the American Medical Association, which is opposed to socialized medicine. So they celebrated a Negro who didn't want us to have health care. Damn. Or, take, for example, on the international front, the fact that black troops participated in the defense of Dien Bien Phu. The only interest is that the Negro press has shown the war in Indochina. Even when the Negro press shows any interest in the colonial problem, it is generally concerned with the social status and recognition of the black elite in the colonial areas. Dien Bien Phu was where the French were defeated by the Vietnamese. But for the Negro press, ooh, look, a black soldier is about to be taken prisoner. That's newsworthy. Damn. Weak. The lack of interest of the black bourgeoisie and its mouthpiece, the Negro press, and the broader issues facing the modern world is due to the fact that the Negro has no developed economic or social philosophy except the opportunistic philosophy that the black intelligentsia has evolved to justify its anomalous and insecure position. In other words, it's just about their asses. Screw us. Even the gays. I got a book here to show you the whole gay thing. It's about economics. Where's that book? I'm going to read from that soon and show you, even when it comes, even folk getting screwed in the behind have an economic interest. Why can't these, because these coons, we're going to read Harold Cruz, black intellectuals who hate their guts are retarded, stunted traitors, buffoon, fake ass leaders. They just have a few more dollars, live in a nicer neighborhood. They're just as hopeless as black folks who've never had anything. Traitors. I'll read that again. The lack of interest of the black bourgeoisie and its mouthpiece, the Negro press, and the broader issues facing the modern world is due to the fact that the Negro, you're talking about the boule, has no developed economic or social philosophy except opportunistic philosophy for the black intelligentsia that is evolved to justify. In other words, it's all about them. Clyburn, all of them. It's just about them. It has nothing to do with us. But we're chumps. We're suckers. We think they represent us. What do we have to show that they really sacrifice anything for us? Not a goddamn thing. After 50 years. You can get a man, or in fact, you can get a woman to shoot or stab or throw her husband out if he never works or is never faithful. After a short period of time, why can't we throw these dogs out? Why can't we strip them and bring them down? Since their biggest fear is being broke or not where they are. If that's what they're afraid of, we have control. We can make them broke just like us. They're so afraid of being black and average or black and poor, that we could make them demand reparations and everything else. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what you saw the people do at the Capitol. You may not think that shit didn't work. They making fun of that, but they were gonna get theirs. When do we get ours? MFM, baby. Let me keep reading. Of course, plain ignorance of the nature of the modern world and the revolution which is in progress accounts for the outlook of the Negro press. Negro journalists have been recruited on the whole from the inferior segregated Negro schools, and their outlook has been restricted by the social and mental isolation of the Negro world. Following the example of the white press, the Negro press has its commentators or columnists who discuss current events for their readers. With a few rare exceptions, the columnists who write for the Negro press reveal their limitations of their knowledge of the economic and social forces of the modern world. Roland Martin. Roland Martin. He's limited. He's limited as fuck. Reveal the limitations of their knowledge of the economic and social forces of the modern world when they would pretend to be sophisticated. Roland Martin and others. Y'all can put up some names. I'm just messing with rollover. When they would pretend to be sophisticated, they exhibit a smart alecky or bumptious attitude towards sound knowledge. They're generally careful, however, never to offend the black bourgeoisie or to challenge white opinion on fundamental economic or political issues. In fact, except for in regard to race relations, the columnists generally echo the conservative opinions and platitudes of the white world on crucial issues. Roland Martin. For example, one widely read columnist would boast of independent thinking has constantly asserted that he opposed the Chinese Republic shooting its way into the United Nations. By echoing the opinions of the white community, the intellectual leaders of the black bourgeoisie hope to secure the approval and recognition of the white property classes with whom they seek identification. Roland Martin. Roland Martin. Yeah, I said it about you on the golf course. Roland Martin. He's not the only one. Joy Reid, Don Lemon, all of them, lackeys. They don't bust a grape. They ain't risking nothing. Their dream, even if they had their own money, is to be on white media, white payroll, white people. Even if a white man's grinding around his behind, it beats working around black people. And I'll tell you, when they go to the white schools now, a lot of black men and women get into all kinds of kinky, queer stuff to fit in. When you have someone on a golf course gyrating around your buttocks, that's not play for me. Ass play is real, Roland Martin. He's doing ass play around your ass. And you liked it. How can you stand up for me? How can you fight for me if in your free time you recreate with white men playing around your behind? And they're gay black folk or DL black folks who don't have white men playing behind. I'm not saying where you are, but damn. Damn it. Damn. Damn. That's or Charlemagne the God having a mold of his behind and passing around to white men. This is journalism? Sounds like it's ho-hopping, tricking. Moses parted the Red Sea, y'all part your ass cheeks. Let me keep reading. And creating a world of make-believe, satisfying the craving of the black bourgeoisie for recognition, the Negro press constantly draws upon the reputed experiences of Negroes in Europe, since the majority of Negroes, including even those who are educated, still regard Europe as a faraway, fabulous land. The reporters for the Negro press can give free rein to their imagination. From time to time, the Negro press gives glowing accounts of Negro men and women who have captivated European royalty. Meghan Markle, all of you fake ass black women wanted to get married to a white prince and live in a castle and end up dead like Princess Diana. Weak pork chop feminist, y'all disgrace. I'm sorry, I'll go back to reading. Negroes living in humble circumstances on meager incomes are reported, often to have richly furnished chateaus in which they are meeting place for European intellectuals and people of wealth. In a recent issue of Ebony, one reads of a retired Negro customs inspector who has become a playboy of the Riviera and associates with princes and princesses. When the Negro entertainers have entertained for wealthy aristocratic Europeans, it is reported in the Negro press as if they were accepted by European society. The reports of the performances of Negro artists are generally misinterpretations of their actual function. There was, for example, the case of the Negro pianist who, according to the Negro press, had been acclaimed by French critics, whereas in fact the critics had said that her performances was on the level of a beginning student. Similarly, misrepresentations are reported concerning the intellectual achievement of Negroes in Europe. Negroes who have scarcely even attended lectures on European universities are represented as brilliant students. Not long ago, when a president of a Negro college who scarcely read French visited Europe, it was reported that he had dazzled professors in French universities by lecturing in perfect French. These fanciful reports are provided for the black bourgeoisie who remain at home. The black bourgeoisie, who always exhibited intense xenophobia, especially where white people are concerned, have avoided traveling abroad because, as one Negro school teacher put it, no one would know who we are. In recent years, however, the black bourgeoisie have begun to go abroad. Although many of them are school teachers, they do not want to travel as white school teachers because they are members of Negro society. Therefore, in preparation for their voyage, they spend large sums of money on clothes which they will never have occasion to wear. Since they fail to meet European royalty, they generally write home stories of how impressed Europeans with the money they had spent freely. Nevertheless, the Negro press generally reports their journeys to Europe as conquest of European society. As we see, then, the fantastic accounts of the achievements of Negroes and the recognition accorded them by whites constitute important elements in the world of make-believe which the Negro press has created to compensate for the feelings of inferiority of the black bourgeoisie. But there's still a more important element in the world of unreality in which the black bourgeoisie lives. These consist of the reports of the activities of Negro society, which from the major part of the news items on the individuals of the Negro press. Because of the importance given to the Negro society, the values which it cherishes, it will be necessary to consider this phase of the world of make-believe separately in the following chapter. Shall I continue to read? It's just a little bit longer. Y'all want me to keep reading? Shall I read on or stop? My God, we got almost 170 people. Y'all want me to read some more? This chapter here is wonderful. Come on, somebody talk to me. Treat me like I'm white. I'm not hearing from y'all. Y'all must have all fallen asleep. Or y'all all with white women. I can at least do at least another 20 minutes. I want to finish. Let me see. I'm on page 162. These things are short. I think I can kill this. I can kill most of this book. Let me move this back. Let me see if I can get to it. It depends on how dry my throat is. Can I get a drink, y'all? Can I get a drink? It won't be vodka. I poured some vodka out the other day. Okay, give me exactly 1 second. I'm going to get me a swig of grape juice, and we'll be back in business. 1 second. Let me get a bottle of water. Ooh. Mm. Man, this book is drier than Kamala Harris's pussy. It just dry. That's probably what's brought Biden back. Yes, I said it. It felt good too. Okay. Thank y'all for staying. Nobody leaving. I got this other book here. I need to start reading in it. If y'all want to go, I'm going to do some more. Hell, I can't go anywhere. We have a fucking curfew in D.C. The curfew ends in 3 minutes. I'm going to do some curfew reading. Here we go. One more bottle. Whew. This book must be Kamala. Jesus. Okay. I'm going to keep reading. Chapter 9. Society. Status without substance. There is a phase of the world of make-believe of the black bourgeoisie which requires special treatment, namely, the activity of those persons who constitute its society. Although Negro society was not created by the Negro press, it is the Negro press which feeds and perpetuates the illusions of this element of the black bourgeoisie. The activities of this society are not simply a form of social life engaged in for pleasure or friendly social intercourse. They are engaged primarily in order to maintain a status or as part of a competition for status. The activities of society serve to differentiate the black bourgeoisie from the masses of poor Negroes and at the same time compensate for exclusion of the black bourgeoisie from the larger white community. This means that this fake world they live in is wannabe blues. They can't be white and they hate blacks. You know, you can get other people to end up joining the black community. They'll come in and make a greater contribution than these coons will. Have you ever been in a black institution or something? A white person comes in, they know white people are fucked up and they want to do something. They want to change shit for black people. Do you know that these coons like this stop them? I've actually seen such things like this. Okay. So it's all about being away from us and hoping one day, like Biden, that little or that secret meeting Biden had with those niggas, and the way he checked their asses, even for them, they felt like they were lucky to be in the room, to be talked to like niggas on the plantation. But at least you and I weren't there, because we would have said, fuck you, Biden. Now I'll bust your old geriatric head. You better give me my MFM. They keep us away from the seats of power. They're afraid of us. They don't want us to get it, because if we get it, we'll have more than them. Right? They do. There's a little story. The niggas haven't changed. It's in the New Testament. Jesus talking to the boule of a Hebrew society says, you have the key to the house of knowledge. You won't go in yourselves, and you won't let anyone else go in. Boule ain't new. And if we Hebrews, we've had a group of traitors all along. All along. And hell, I know I'm like Jesus. I say, bring down the damn Pharisees, the Sanhedrin. Screw all of them. I don't care. I don't want you. Anyway, let me keep reading. I'll read that sentence again. The activities of the society serve to differentiate the black bourgeoisie, the boule, the coons, our traders, the cants, the Kafkans. Right? All of this. The Dans. All of them. The Daffs. Dumbass niggas, coon as fuck people, them, to differentiate themselves from the black masses and poor Negroes, and at the same time compensate for the exclusion of the black bourgeoisie from the larger white community, to make up for the rejection that white people don't want them. But they hate us. That rejection from whites they take out on us. And we let them. It's our fault. When is there going to be real leadership to emerge from the grassroots, to pull those niggas down, bring them, topple their asses? I want to say to everybody, whether you like those people that attacked the Capitol, whether those folks said, we're going to bring down people that don't do what we want. When do we bring down our traitors? We need to go coon as fuck on them. Black Caucus, wherever, show up some of their boule things and just turn that shit out on them. That we're going to show y'all, since y'all don't like us, we're going to dislike you back. I want to say three things, maybe four. We had several significant black leaders, Garvey, even Booker T, even Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, Paul Robeson. A lot of these people, they were all destroyed. All of them, their assassinations were either done, facilitated, or participated in by our traitor elites. They've killed our leaders as sure as any cracker did. In fact, they were closer, and they made certain it happened. Malcolm X be alive today if it wasn't for coons. Dr. King be alive today. Fred Hampton and Mark Clark would be alive today. Bunchy Carter and the other one. And I can go on and on of dead black people. Heroic black men and women destroyed. and boule, coon, bourgeois niggas betrayed them. Never forget that black college presidents had black students massacred at Southern University, slaughtered at Jackson State University, beaten and brutalized. In fact, even let them be killed in Orangeburg, okay, South Carolina State University, massacres. This has been done by black people that we look up to because we have a fucked up moral compass. We're unethical as a people. We don't have any commandments, no covenants, no rules, no laws, no moral ethical foundation or philosophy that governs what should be and how we should get. We're as fucked up as our bourgeoisie. Don't wait for them to give you leadership. The only place they'll take you is to get vaccinated, to get aborted, to be mass incarcerated, to get poisoned, whatever, to be homeless, to be gentrified. They're leading the parade to kill you. And a lot of us are suicidal, so damn, we're a perfect couple. We need a divorce. Even Tina Turner's whore ass could raise up one day and say, I can't do this shit no more. That's all she was, a shake dancer. And this is worse. Let me keep going. However, the behavior and standards of consumption which are maintained by society generally lack an economic base which such activities presuppose. What Fraser's saying is that the black bourgeoisie, the boule, those niggas are phony. They don't have it as good as they want you to think. They end up dying broke, blowing their money. Ooh, look, a white person. Hey, mister, do you hate my guts? I feel black and inferior, but I got a lot of money to spend with someone who looks down on my race. Here, take all my money. Fuck you, nigga. No, I ain't gonna give you $1. That's what he's saying. Society thus provides one with one of the main escapes from the world of reality into a world of make-believe. Our celebrities and other people really exemplify, like the $1 million worth of jewelry that your ass can't afford because you aren't really selling that many records, niggas, and rap. Evolution of society. Society among Negroes has its roots among the house Negroes, who enjoyed a certain privilege among other slaves on the plantation during their social gatherings. An ex-slave who wrote his autobiography after escaping to freedom has provided a vivid account of the status of this group on the plantation. It was about 10 o'clock when the aristocratic slaves began to assemble, dressed in the cast-off finery of their master and mistress, swelling out and putting on airs in imitation of those who they were forced to obey from day to day. House servants were, of course, the stars of the party. All eyes were turned on them to see how they conducted, for they among the slaves are what a military man would call flugelmen. These field hands and such of them as have generally been excluded from the dwelling of their owners, took to the house servants as a pattern of politeness and gentility. Forgive me, this seat is hurting my ass. Let me put a cushion on there. That's why I keep squirming. Man, my booty must be getting smaller, this diet. Whew. My behind thanks me. And indeed, it is often the only method of obtaining any knowledge of the manners of what the so-called genteel society. Hence, they are ever regarded as a privileged class and sometimes greatly envied, while others are bitterly hated. Haters. Haters. After emancipation, some of the social distinctions which had grown up among the slaves continued to function. The boule, y'all, is a continuation of slavery. Negroes who were free before Emancipation Proclamation, or who could boast of having a distinguished family background, set themselves apart from the masses of freedmen and constituted a distinct upper social class. Many of them boasted of their blood, which generally referred to their white ancestry. A mulatto witness of history of the Negroes during the years following the Civil War has left a rather satirical account of the emergence of society among them in the nation's capital. Oh my God, fake ass, coon ass, color struck Washington, D.C. I'm telling you, D.C., it's Coon City. Damn it. Even this no good dyke bitch mayor, Bow Wow. Fuck her. The one that wants to vaccinate everybody. Same shit. Shit hasn't changed. Her family was free before the Civil War, by the way. The mayor that we have, Muriel Bowser, the lesbian mayor, who's evil and shit, who don't like men, and gives everything to white people, no contracts for black people, that's a fucking house slave. Or actually, they were free. I'm just saying to you, snooty, mama's light skin. Damn. Damn. Anyway, let me read. This is my city. Sorry, coon ass niggas. By the way, I'm gonna give you an example of coon as fuck niggas. How they are here. On Capitol Hill, the way those white... I saw a black police officer not even fucking hit a white dude with his nightstick chasing his ass up the stairs. I would have shot somebody. I would have been a hero. I mean, I would have done Rambo. I mean, they would have run out the damn building. Okay? Go to the Capitol buildings. Go to downtown D.C. Let those little coon niggas, they will make you feel like you have no business there. They get all tough and shit with you, I mean, over nothing. They ran from those white people like they were children. Bitch ass, punk ass, brother fucking, backstabbing, simp ass, black men, whore ass, chicks with dicks. Weak ass niggas make me sick. Let me read this. There is another element in this strange heterogeneous conglomeration, which for want of a better name has been styled society, and it is a species of the African humanity which is forever and ever informing the uninitiated what a narrow escape they had from being born white. They have small hands, aristocratic insteps, and wear blue veins. They have auburn hair and finely chiseled features. They are uneducated as a rule, i.e. the largest number of them, though it would hardly be discovered unless they open their mouths in the presence of their superiors in intellect, which they are careful not to do. In personal appearance, they fill out the bill precisely so far as importance and pomposity goes, but no further. They're opposed to manual labor. Their physical organization couldn't stand it. They prefer light work such as shuffling cards or dice, or removing the spirits of frumentia from the gaze of rude men, as if somebody else becomes responsible for the damage. Around the festive board, they are unequal for their verbosity and especially for their aptness in tracing their ancestry. One will carry you away back to the times of William the Silent and bring you up to 18 or so to show you how illustrious is his lineage and pedigree. His great-great-grandfather's mother-in-law was the Marchioness so-and-so, and father was the ex-Chief Justice Chastity of South Carolina or some other southern state with a polygamous record. Washington, in fact, became the center of Negro society and retained this distinction until after the First World War. This is owing partly to the fact that until the mass migration of Negroes to northern cities, Washington, with around 90,000 Negroes, had a larger Negro community than any city in the United States until 1920. The preeminence of Washington as a center of Negro society was due especially to other factors because of the relatively large Negro professional class, including teachers in the segregated school system, doctors, dentists, lawyers, and a large number of Negroes employed in the federal government. Negroes in the nation's capital had incomes far above those in other parts of the country. This enabled Washington's colored society to engage in forms of consumption and entertainment that established its preeminence among American Negroes. Moreover, the Negro society which developed in Washington was composed of the upper class mulattoes who, and fleeing from persecution and discriminations in the South, brought to Washington the social distinctions and color snobbery that has been the basis of their ascendancy in the South. Oh, this is so true. Just a sidebar. My dad was too dark, as smart as he was, to go to the same high school that my mother went to. Those niggas was so fake. My father scored in the top 1% of American students on their standardized test. The high yellow teachers that he had such contempt for people who were dark-skinned. My father's darker than I. They made him take the test over again because they didn't believe anyone as black as him could be that smart. They made him take the test and they stood over him and just shook their head in disbelief. You're a freak. You're a freak. Something's wrong with you. Didn't get the scholarships and all, as brilliant as he was. Too black. My father then was in the Honor Society. In order not to offend other teachers and to offend other students, my father had to wear makeup to make himself look lighter, as to not make a mockery that anyone as black as him could be as smart. I'm just saying, damn, fake ass DC, and it's all over fake ass, color struck this shit, how y'all liked Obama's half-breed ass and Kamala's ass. It's the same shit. It's another person that's not dark, and y'all just ran after him. Fuck all of y'all that voted for Obama and Kamala. Y'all not shit. It was all some color shit. Nothing in it for us. If Kamala even gets in the White House, there'll be nothing in it for us. And Obama didn't do anything. Real talk. Y'all are stupid. Y'all played into this color snobbery. It's a shame. Let me keep reading. The First World War, which initiated the period of increase as well as social mobility of the Negro population, set in motion social and economic forces that inaugurated a new stage of the evolution of the Negro society. First, the family background and color snobbishness based upon white ancestry became less important for a membership among the social elite. Although in Charleston, South Carolina, and Atlanta, Georgia, in New Orleans, and in other southern cities, Negro society continued to boast of white or mulatto ancestry. In New York, Chicago, and Detroit, those who were becoming socially dominant were beginning to ask, what is his profession or what is his income? Remember it said when the Negroes moved into the cities, it caused a downgrade in the bushy and the boule. They got mad that certain black folks that were darker started achieving. And I was like, damn it, how dare black folks? They've always worked to preserve inferiority for the majority of us. They've never forgiven certain black folks for wanting. They could not forgive my father for being smart and dark. Who the hell did he think he was? Put this makeup on, nigger. You can't speak to your class. Just saying. Sorry ass people. Obama's shallow and y'all think he's smart. Even in Washington, where a light complexion had been so important in society, these questions were being asked. Blue veins and auburn hair and finely chiseled features were beginning to be ridiculed as a basis of social prominence. That's where Dirty Red came from, y'all. The social change. Dirty Red wasn't always a thing. Dirty Red is social change. Hmm. A newspaper edited by a pure black Negro carried articles each week showing the foibles of mulattoes who constituted Negro society. The gentleman's name was Samuel Chase. The newspaper's called the Washington Bee. He may have been assassinated. The boule got his ass. He died young. They bumped his ass off. The Washington Bee, one of the most progressive, greatest black papers that ever existed. Dude, he kicked the high yellow people in the ass. They got him back. They got his ass back. They do kill people. The boule does destroy people. Yes, they do. They will kill you just like a cracker will. And so, but like black on black crime, we won't deal with that. During this transition period in the development of Negro society, the socially prominent among the Negroes were developing new values and new orientations towards the American environment that have become characteristic of Negro society at the present time. Although among isolated enclaves of the Negro communities, both in southern and northern cities, there is an attempt to constitute a social elite after the manner of the older Negro society. Such Negroes are generally looked upon as curiosities. In other words, there was pushback from the high yellow people. Darky. I'll give you an example of what he's talking about. This book was written in 1957. An example of pushback against anyone dark trying to be anybody. How many of you know that Martin Luther King was told to shut the fuck up in Atlanta or be destroyed? That the light-skinned people in Atlanta told Martin Luther King, "You're too black and ugly to be our leader." Martin Luther King. Greatest black person, so we're told, we ever had. It didn't mean a damn thing to the light-skinned people in Atlanta. And look at who they replaced John Lewis with, the light-skinned ugly bitch, okay, who likes killing babies. Look at that. Keep your eyes peeled. Transition. Family background has little significance in Negro society of the present day, although there is an avowed color snobbishness which has ceased to have much importance. He's not telling the truth. His wife was light-skinned, who looked like she could pass for white. Education from the standpoint of fundamental culture has completely lost its significance. There's still a certain snobbishness in regards to one's occupation, but the most important thing about one's occupation is the amount of income which it brings. Therefore, at the present time, the Negro society is constituted largely of a professional and businessmen and women with large incomes that enable them to engage in conspicuous consumption. From time to time, the incomes of these Negro professional men who are socially prominent are revealed to have been derived from the traffic in narcotics and performing abortions, and while it is difficult at times to determine whether socially prominent businessmen are engaged in legitimate or illegitimate business. This book is dated. If you look now, the whole colorism shit came back in the 1980s with the hip-hop culture. Look at Cardi B, look at Beyonce, look at Sheila E., look at all this stuff. He's wrong. Color's back in. Obama color, you name it, it's color. It ain't left, it's strong. You look at how Venus and Serena, even though they're coons, they had to win for years before their black asses got on the cover of black magazines. Real talk. Real talk. Okay. Real talk. Next chapter. You have dark skinned Boulay. We do. Vernon Jordan and that nigga Crump, the one that looks like Curious George that never wins a case. The Gaudy Carnival. One may get some idea of the nature of this society, the make-believe world of the black bourgeoisie, from an article entitled Society Rulers of the 20 Cities, which was published in May 1949 issue of Ebony. The rulers of society included 5 wives of physicians, 3 wives of dentists, 3 wives of school teachers, 2 wives of morticians, a social worker, the owner of a newspaper, the wife of a lawyer, a banker's daughter, a concert pianist, and the wife of a college president. Of course, there are Negro women in these cities who would challenge the social ascendancy of these so-called leaders, since there's much competition to be known as a ruler of society. In northern cities especially, there are wives of politicians and businessmen who, because of their ability to engage in conspicuous consumption, would not accept these so-called leaders. Nevertheless, the rulers of this society, reported in Ebony, are representative on the whole of the leaders in society among the black bourgeoisie, both in respect to the sources of income and in the style of life of this element among the black bourgeoisie. One of the rulers of colored society, a physician's wife who works every day, is celebrated for her big 3 parties each year. The ruler of society in a southern city has gained fame because she entertains Negroes who have national reputation. Another one has gained notoriety because she is a friend of Lena Horne, tail party for the famous movie actress. A former social worker is reported to have a position in society because of a certain white writers and white playboys had paid attention to her. Another gave lavish debutante parties for her daughters. Another southern ruler of a society seemingly won eminence because her husband gave her a Cadillac automobile and a mink coat. The eminence of one school-teaching society seems to stem from the fact that she gives expensive parties and drives a Mercury automobile. A physician and his wife who have been to Europe proved their social eminence by giving a continental dinner consisting of 9 courses for 56 guests, which required 4 hours and 35 minutes to consume. In one case, the reader learns of a particular ruler of society noted for receptions in her home, the walls and ceilings of which the bathroom are covered with mirrors. Details are supplied concerning the other rulers of society who own Cadillacs, have elaborate recreation rooms, supply unlimited food and liquor to their guests. For that section of the black bourgeoisie which devotes itself to society, life has become a succession of carnivals. And cities all over the country, Negro society has inaugurated debutante balls or cotillions, which provide an opportunity each year for the so-called rich Negroes to indulge in lavish expenditures and create a world of fantasy to satisfy their longing for recognition. Very often, these rich Negroes mortgage their homes in order to maintain the fiction that they are able to indulge in these vast spectacles of make-believe. In Philadelphia, the debutante ball, known as the Pink Cotillion, is reputed to excel all others in the country. At this debutante ball, noted for the money spent on decorations and the expensive gowns and jewels worn by the women, is an award made each year by some distinguished Negro. This award consists of a Diamond Cross of Malta. During the years of 1949, 1950, and 1951, the Diamond Cross of Malta was presented successively by Marian Anderson, Dr. Ralph Bunch, and Mary McLeod Bethune. Debutante balls are written up in the Negro press with pictures in order to show the splendor and wealth of those who participate in this world of make-believe. My. Hold on one second. I want to make certain this is charging. This isn't charging. One second. Now it's charging. This is what they're doing while our people are being destroyed, partying, boogieing. And I'm not against parties, but they seem to be celebrating our destruction. Debutante balls are only one manifestation of the carnival spirit of Negro society, which never slackens, especially since the black bourgeoisie has been enjoying unusual prosperity during recent years. The weekly accounts in the Negro press of the activities of the Negro society are invariably sources of unbridled extravagance. These stories include a catalog of the jewelry, the gowns, the mink coats worn by the women, often accompanied by an estimate of the value of the clothes and the jewelry, and the cost of the parties which they attend. One constantly reads of chauffeured Cadillac cars in which they ride to parties and the cost of the homes in which they live. The carnival spirit of Negro society, with its emphasis on conspicuous consumption, has permeated Negro colleges. Where are the fraternities and sororities? The boule compete with each other to excel in the amount of money spent for flowers, decorations, and entertainment. It was reported in the Negro press that during the Christmas holidays in 1952, 9 Greek letter societies meeting in 4 cities spent $2,225,000. Most of the persons attending the college fraternities and sororities were not, of course, college students, but as the article stated, the top social and intellectual leaders. For these top social and intellectual leaders of fraternities and sororities represent their most serious interest in life. Not empowerment, not freedom, not reparations, not justice, not even really money. Just being fake, while the rest of us suffer. Section 3, playing seriously. For a large section of the black bourgeoisie, their activities as members of society are for the most part or often are their only serious preoccupation. Their preoccupation with society has its roots in the tradition of the Negro community in the United States. As we have seen above, in their position as house servants during slavery, the Negroes acquired from their white masters notions of what they constitute social life or society. After emancipation, they continued in the role of personal servants and therefore saw the white man only in his home or what he was engaged in for recreation. They never saw the white man at work in the shop or factory or when he was engaged in a serious matter of business. As a consequence, they devoted much of their time and their meager resources attempting to carry on this form of social life similar to the whites. For many Negroes, it appeared that social life became identified with the condition of freedom. Social life among the masses of Negroes is a free and spontaneous expression of their desire to escape from the restraints of work and routine. But for those who set themselves apart from Negro society, social life became a more formalized activity. Among the Negro elite, as well among the masses, social life acquired a significance that it did not have among white Americans. It means we play too fucking much. The great significance which social life has for Negroes has been due to their exclusion from participation in American life. The numerous social clubs and other forms of voluntary associations which have existed among them provided a form of participation that compensated for their rejection by the white community. At the same time, these various social clubs have been part of the struggle for the Negroes for status within their segregated communities. The elite, who have set themselves apart from Negro society and have attempted to maintain an exclusive social life, have been exclusively conscious of their inferior status in American life. For them, social life has not only provided a form of participation, it has represented an effort to achieve identification with upper-class whites by imitating them as far as possible in their behavior of white society. Cooning. The exclusion of middle-class Negroes from participation in the general life of the white American communities has affected their entire outlook on life. It has meant that whites did not take Negroes seriously, that whites did not regard the activities of Negroes as having any real consequence in American life. It has tended to encourage a spirit of irresponsibility or an attitude of play or make believe among them. Consequently, Negroes have played at conducting their schools. Yes, Lord. At running their businesses, at practicing their professions. The spirit of play or make believe has tended to distort or vitiate the ends of most of their serious activities. For example, the number of cities where Negro doctors have been excluded from joining the White Professional Association, they have set up reading societies supposedly to offset the exclusion. But on the whole, these reading societies have turned out to be social clubs for drinking and playing poker. Playing, then, has become the one activity which the Negroes may take seriously. The same way we're obsessed with sports and entertainment, like that's the only damn thing. In fact, the great importance is attached to Negro society is in the Negro press because it is a serious preoccupation among the black bourgeoisie. One can get some notion of its importance from the editorial of the September 1953 number of Ebony entitled, "Is Negro Society Phony?" Hell yeah. The editorial asserts that those who say Negro society is a pretense are envious of those who have been accepted by society. It goes on to show that members of American white society have achieved entrance in the same manner as the members of the Negro society. Then the editorial points out that people like Dr. Bunch, Louis Armstrong, Marian Anderson, Mary McLeod Bethune, and Joe Louis have won their places in Negro society by achievement. The article concludes with the statement that brains rather than blood should be the basis of admission to Negro society, and that if this is made the basis of acceptance, the Negro youth will seek recognition by Negro society. It seemingly never occurred to the writer of the editorial that Negroes with brains would prefer not to seek escape in the world of make-believe of the black bourgeoisie. The exaggerated importance with which the black bourgeoisie attaches to society is revealed in the emphasis placed on the Negro press on the social aspects of events concerning Negroes. When it is announced recently that a Negro businessman had been named a member of the American delegation to the United Nations, it was stated in a leading Negro publication that he was invading the glittering international UN scene, the most exclusive and powerful social set in the world. The news item added that the nominee had already made plans to acquire new formal wear and that he was preparing his wardrobe for his entrance into the United Nations. In fact, generally, when white middle class people have sought the cooperation of the black bourgeoisie in some serious community project, they have found it difficult unless it could be interpreted as a social event. For example, such liberal middle class white groups as the League of Women Voters and the League of Women Shoppers have constantly complained that they could not interest middle class women. On the other hand, let us take the following account of an interracial group of women who raised money for the fight against infantile paralysis. There appeared in the February 25th, 1954 issue of Jet under the section labeled "People Are Talking About" in a statement that $1,500 raised by a group of 15 white and colored society women who wore over $500,000 worth of furs and gowns. Anyone who achieves any distinction in any field may become a socialite in the Negro press. It is not simply that a Negro journalist stated anybody not in the criminal class can get a personal or social note in the Negro paper. This suggests that only a small town attitude, which may be found among any people, In making a socialite of a Negro, the Negro press is attributing to him or her the highest conceivable status and recognition. For example, when a Negro anthropologist who never attended a social function gives a lecture in Chicago, the account of the Negro press referred to him as a socialite. Consequently, one learns that the Negro press gives wives of gamblers, policemen, waiters, college professors, doctors, lawyers, petty civil servants, and public school teachers. All are socialites even when their husbands are not so designated. It should be pointed out, however, that being called a socialite in the Negro press is generally regarded as a high compliment by members of the black bourgeoisie, whether or not it be their occupation. Hold on one second. As consequences of the prestige of society, many Negro professional men and women take more seriously their recreation than their professions. Once one writer heard a Negro doctor who was prominent socially said he would rather lose a patient than have his favorite baseball team lose a game. This was an extreme expression of the relative value of the professional work and recreation among the black bourgeoisie. At the same time, it is indicative of the value which many Negro professional men and women, including college professors, place on sports. Except when they're talking within the narrow fields of their professions, their conversations are generally limited to sports, baseball, and football. We can add basketball. Black folks weren't in pro basketball yet. This book is dated. They follow religiously the scores of various teams and the achievement of all the players. For hours they listen to radio accounts of sports and watch baseball and football games on television. They become learned in the comments of the sports writers. Often they make long journeys in order to see their favorite teams, white or Negro, play baseball and football games. Although they might pretend to appreciate cultural things, this class as a whole has no appreciation of art, literature, or music. One reads an example under what people are talking about in the September 2nd, 1954 issue of Jet, that a wealthy Negro doctor in Detroit is planning to install a Hammond organ on his luxurious yacht. The decor of their home reveals the most atrocious and childish taste. Expensive editions of books are bought for decoration and left unread. The black bourgeoisie, especially the section which forms Negro society, scarcely ever read books for recreation. Consequently, their conversation is trivial and exhibits a childish view of the world. These are the stunted intellectual buffoons who rule over us and are the mid-level management that help hold us down. They're coon as fuck, dumb as fuck, dumbass niggas, and they ain't trying to be better. The prominent role of sports and serious playing of the Negro society stems from the certain traditions in the Negro community. It reflects to some extent the traditions of a gentleman who engaged in no serious work. But in addition, the preoccupation of Negro society with sports is related to its preoccupation with gambling, especially poker. This latter preoccupation is significant because it is related to the religious outlook of the black bourgeoisie, especially Negro society. I got some more. Section 4, From Church to Chance. The black bourgeoisie cannot escape completely from the religious tradition of the Negro masses. Since many of those who are achieving middle-class status have come from the masses, they are often haunted by fears and beliefs which were instilled in them during their childhood. However, they were glad to escape from the prohibitions which the Baptists and Methodists placed upon dancing, card playing, and gambling. They want to escape from the concerns of the Baptists and Methodists with sin and death and salvation. The middle class Negro is like a suburban agnostic, with whom Mary Kingsley compared the missionary made African, who keeps the idea of immortality of the soul and the future in heaven, but discards the unpleasant idea of hell. The middle class Negro will tell you he believes in a supreme being, some vague entity who runs the universe and the immortality of the soul, but he does not believe in hell because he thinks that man has hell on earth. As a rule, the black bourgeoisie does not give themselves to reflection on these matters. They are regarded as impractical and unpleasant questions which should be left for a few queer Negroes who should spend their lives more profitably making money. An outstanding educated Negro minister who is a sort of mystic who generally regarded with amusement by the black bourgeoisie, and he sought a more congenial audience in an interracial church and as a visiting preacher at white colleges. When the middle-class Negro abandons the traditional religion of his ancestors, he seldom adopts a new philosophical orientation in regard to the existence of the world about him. Since he is isolated intellectually, he is socially in the American environment. He knows nothing of the humanistic philosophy, and he rejects materialism because of his prejudices based on ignorance. Negro intellectuals have nothing to offer him since they have never developed a social philosophy except perhaps a crude and unsophisticated opportunism. Therefore, as a rule, the middle-class Negro is the prey of all forms of spiritualism. This is why we have all this bullshit cult stuff that a lot of y'all are into. A lot of y'all are confused as hell. He avoids the fantastic extravagances of Father Divine's cult, partly because lower-class Negroes are associated with it. He concedes, however, that Father Divine does some good because his followers are honest and faithful domestic servants. Nevertheless, the black bourgeoisie is interested in the psychic phenomenon because, according to them, scientists do not know everything. Therefore, little reading in which they indulge is often concerned with faith healing, popular accounts of psychic phenomena. In some cities, it has become a fad for members of the Negro Society to make a novella. Though they are not Catholics, they have reported that this religion exercise has resulted in them securing a dress or mink coat which they always have desired. Without traditional religion of the Negro and philosophy to give them an orientation towards life, the black bourgeoisie, especially the element among them known as the Negro Society, have become worshippers of the god of chance. This new faith or dependence upon chance finds its extreme expression in their preoccupation with gambling, including the numbers, the illegal lotteries in American cities, betting on horses, and more especially poker. At one time, the black bourgeoisie regarded the numbers as the lower class form of gambling and restricted themselves to betting on horses. Likewise, playing poker was formerly regarded by them as a pastime for the sporting element among Negroes. But with the emergence of the new Negro Society, playing the numbers has become respectable. This is not strange, since some members of society derive their income from the numbers. Therefore, it's not unusual for Negro professional men and their wives to play the numbers daily. Even the wives of Negro college professors are sometimes writers or collectors of numbers for the numbers racket. But poker has become the most important form of recreation for members of society among the black bourgeoisie. In fact, poker is more than a form of recreation. It is the one absorbing interest of the Negro society. It is the chief subject of conversation. Negro society women talk over the telephones for hours about the last poker game. According to an article in Ebony in March 1953, the bane of many society editors that the social affairs turn into poker games, though the latter can be exciting when the stakes involve homes, lots, and automobiles. Even a chance encounter with members of the Negro Society will lead to poker games. Moreover, poker has tended to level all the social barriers among Negroes. At richly furnished homes of Negro doctors, chauffeurs, waiters, gasoline station attendants gather with college professors to play poker. So important has poker become among the black bourgeoisie that the measure of a man has become the amount of stakes he can place at a poker game. In many cities in the United States, the black bourgeoisie usually spend their weekends in what might be called poker marathons or poker orgies, and which lasts sometimes from Friday night until Monday morning. Some poker players who have old-fashioned religious ideas leave the poker table long enough to go to church because, as they say, they believe in God, but usually most of them, being refreshed with food, remain throughout the marathon. Some college professors boast of leaving the poker table before going directly to lecture their classes on Monday. Likewise, Negro surgeons have been heard to boast of leaving the poker table to go directly to perform an operation. Because of their devotion to poker, some middle-class Negroes form groups to journey periodically from city to city in order to engage in the gambling orgies. News of these orgies, with details emphasizing the high stakes, are the main topic of conversation among Negro society. The importance of poker may be measured by the fact that some middle-class Negroes assert that poker is the one thing in life that prevents them from going crazy. Therefore, the role of poker is a religious force in the lives of the black bourgeoisie that cannot be discounted. Now they go to Vegas, or now it's weed or drugs, or it's LGBTQ. Sure it is. Fake-ass niggas. The activities of Negro society are an extreme expression of the world of make-believe. In the following chapter, we shall look behind the mask of those who play the role of this spectacle and the world of the black bourgeoisie generally. We're almost done. Y'all still with me? Who wants me to keep going? Oh my God, it's 6:51. I think I can go until 6:15. Y'all want me to keep going? Okay, I say bust a hole in it. This is chapter 10, Behind the Mask. Since the black bourgeoisie live in a world of make-believe, the mask which they appear to play, their sorry roles conceal the feelings of inferiority and insecurity and the frustrations that haunt their inner lives. Despite their attempt to escape from the real identification with the masses of Negroes, they cannot escape the mark of oppression any more than their less favored kinsmen. In attempting to escape identification with the black masses, they have developed a self-hatred that reveals itself in their deprecation of physical and social characteristics of Negroes. Likewise, their feelings of inferiority and insecurity are revealed in their psychological struggle for status within the isolated Negro world and craving for recognition in the white world. These are sick niggas. They escape into a world of make-believe. With its sham, society leaves them with the feeling of emptiness and futility, which causes them to constantly seek and escape in new delusions. This was written before the Civil Rights Act. Now people can swirl and live in white neighborhoods and go places. It's still suicidal behavior of the so-called successful black people. Despicable. Trash. Section 1, Mark of Oppression. There's an attempt on the part of the parents of middle-class families to shield their children against racial discrimination and the contempt of whites for colored people. You meet them all the time, people who've been hidden from black people, and parents even send them to other countries. That's how coonish they are. Oh, I'm talking to somebody. Sometimes the parents go to fantastic extremes, such as prohibiting the use of the word Negro or colored in the presence of their children. They sometimes prevent their children from knowing that they cannot enter restaurants or can or other public places because they are Negroes, or even that the schools they attend are segregated for Negroes. Despite such efforts to insulate their children against the hostile white world, the children of black bourgeoisie cannot escape the mark of oppression. This is strikingly revealed in the statement of a 17-year-old middle-class Negro youth. When asked if he felt inferior in the presence of white people, he gave the following answer, which is somewhat unusual for its frankness, but typical for the attitude of the black bourgeoisie. Offhand, I would say I don't feel inferior to white, but actually knowing all these things that are thrown up to you about white people being superior, that they look more or less down upon Negroes, that we have to look to them for everything we get, and that they'd rather think of us as mice than men, I don't believe I or any Negro can help but feel inferior. My father says that it isn't so, that we only feel inferior to those whom we feel are superior. But I can't believe that we can feel otherwise around white people until I know them a while. I definitely feel out of place. Once I played ping pong match with a white boy whose play wasn't as good as mine, and boys, he managed to beat me with ease, but I just couldn't get it out of my mind I was playing a white boy. Sort of an Indian sign on me, you know? This is how Clyburn and these other people dealt with Biden. They feel so inferior they can't even make a damn deal. And yet they want to be our goddamn leaders, and we accept it. This is our fault. The statement of this youth reveals how deep-seated is the feeling of inferiority, which even from the most favored elements among Negroes cannot escape. However much some middle-class Negroes seek to soothe their feelings of inferiority in an attitude in which they often express in the adage, "It is better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven," they are still conscious of their inferior status in American society. They may say, as did a bewildered middle-class youth, that they are proud of being Negro or proud of being a member of the upper stratum of the Negro community and feel very sorry for the Negro masses stuck in the mud, but they often confess, as did this youth. However, knowing that there are difficulties that confront us all as Negroes, if I could be born again and I had my choice, I'd really want to be a white boy. I mean, white or my same color, provided I could occupy the same racial economic level I now enjoy. I'm glad I am this color. I'm frequently taken for a foreigner. I wouldn't care to be lighter or darker and be a Negro. I am the darkest one. Oh yes, Lord. These are the people. Harold Ford Jr. I'm the darkest one in the family due to my constant outdoor activities. I realize, of course, that these are places where I can't go despite my family or money just because I happen to be a Negro. With my present education, family background, and so forth, if I was only white, I could go places in life. A white face holds supreme over a black one despite its economic and social status. Frankly, it leaves me bewildered. Not all middle-class Negroes consciously desire, as this youth, to be white in order to escape from their feelings of inferiority. In fact, the majority of middle-class Negroes would deny having a desire to be white, since this would be an admission of their feeling of inferiority. With an intimate circle of friends, and some middle-class Negroes may admit that they desire to be white, but publicly they would deny any such wish. The black bourgeoisie constantly boasts of their pride and their identification as Negroes. Bullshit. But when one studies the attitude of this class in regards to the physical traits or the social characteristics of Negroes, it becomes clear that the black bourgeoisie do not really wish to be identified with Negroes. Section 2, Insecurities and Frustrations. Since the black bourgeoisie could not escape identification with Negroes, they experienced certain feelings of insecurity because of their feelings of inferiority. Their feeling of inferiority is revealed in their fear of competition with whites. There is a fear of competition with whites for jobs, notwithstanding the fact that middle class Negroes are the most vociferous in demanding the right to compete on equal terms with whites. Many of them still fear such competition. They prefer the security afforded them by their monopoly of certain occupations within the segregated Negro community. What they're saying is, let us have the top of everything black, fuck the ones under us. We don't want to go head to head with you, even though we think we're like you in color, or we don't want competition. Let us hold down the other people. That monopoly is against you and me. We have a caste system. We need to bust that shit up. For example, middle-class Negroes demand that the two Negro medical schools be reserved for Negro students and that a quota be set for white students, though Negro students are admitted to the white medical schools. Since the Supreme Court of the United States has ruled against segregated public schools, many Negro teachers, even those who are well prepared, fear that they cannot compete with whites for teaching positions. Although this fear stems principally from a feeling of inferiority, which is experienced generally by Negroes, it has other causes. The majority of the black bourgeoisie fear competition with whites because such competition would mean that whites are taking them seriously, and consequently, they would have to assume a more serious and responsible attitude towards work. In fact, they'd have to be more serious in how they deal with the very black grassroots masses whose guts they hate. They're going to have to sit down and talk about how fucked up things have been 400 years when they've been snitching and stabbing us in the back. The same way whites don't want to pay reparations, the Boule and the other people don't want to make amends. They'd rather see the ship go down like the Titanic as long as we're locked in the lower deck. Yes, this is the situation that we have, black people. Middle-class Negroes who are notorious for their inefficiency in the management of various Negro institutions, HBCUs, and everything else, excuse their inefficiency on the grounds that the Negroes are a young race and therefore will require time to attain the efficiency of the white man. The writer has heard a Negro college president who's constantly demanded that Negroes have equality in American life declare before white people in extenuation of the shortcomings of his own administration that Negroes were a child race and that they had to crawl before they could walk. Such declarations, while flattering to whites, are revealing of that they manifest the black bourgeoisie's contempt for the black masses. While excusing their own deficiencies by attributing them to the latter. So they're attributing their failure to the black grassroots that they have nothing to do with. They don't help out, they don't work with them, they don't support them. It's their fault that they're not moving fast. The very people that they don't identify with, they get it both ways. This is what the Boule does. We want to be your leader, but we don't want you. We want affirmative action. We want reparations for us, not for the rest. But they ask for it in our name. We got to bust up the caste system. We need a revolution, black America, against traitors. This caste of traitors must be punished. We will never be free. We won't survive this. This same caste of people with Planned Parenthood to kill 20 million black babies, they're the ones that support eugenics. They're the ones that support mass incarceration. They voted for it in Congress. Yes, they did. And they didn't advocate. They're not talking about opportunity zones. You call Trump a racist, at least, even if he was bullshitting, he said something. What is the Congressional Black Caucus doing? What are these niggas doing? Come on, y'all. Don't look at me like I'm crazy. I repeat that. Such declarations, while flattering to whites, are revealing that in that they manifest the black bourgeoisie's contempt for the Negro masses while excusing its own deficiencies by attributing them to the latter. Yet it is clear that the black workers who must gain a living in the white man's mill or factory and in competition with white workers cannot offer such excuses for his inefficiency. In other words, the grassroots black people go head to head in competition with everybody. The black boule, the bourgeoisie, our traders, they've gotten special positions where, like in Congress, they don't have to compete with anyone. They have safe districts as long as they don't deliver to the people. Are you understanding me? This man's talking about this a half century ago. This book was written in 1957. That's 43 plus 21. Wow. That's 6 hours. This is better part of more than a half century ago. And there are other such books. I'm going to read some more. I'm going to keep it going. Fear of competition with whites is probably responsible for the black bourgeoisie's fear of competence and first-rate performance within its own ranks. When a Negro is content and insists on first-rate work, it appears to his class that he's trying to be a white man. It's not just the poor black folks who say you're acting white. The boule does that too. If you really do your job as a congressperson, the head of the NAACP, man, you don't have to do all that shit for niggas. Man, I'm serious. I was teaching at Bowie University. I decided that we should have 5 books instead of 1. I was told the students can't do that. By black people. They can't read 5 books in 16 weeks. They weren't even thick books. There were black folks who were saying, man, you have to do all that. Who do you think? You think you're white? I think I'm white because I think black kids can learn. Yes. To that scum, yes. They want less for us. They are more prejudiced than the Klan. Listen to this again. When a Negro is competent and insists on first-rate work, it appears to this class that he's trying to be a white man. You demand a Negro give you the same service you get from a white business, they cop an attitude. They want more money than what white businesses normally have and give you worse service. Not all, but many do this. Yes, they do. And they want it all up front and no payment. They're just greedy. They do shoddy ass work a lot. It's facts. And I'm not saying Mexicans any better. White folks are they compete. They're crooked ass white people, but you can find some white folks. They do what the hell they say. They take care of business. There are blacks who take care of business, but we have a lot of fakers who feel that they can give less to black people, and they do. This is especially true where the approval of whites is taken as a mark of competence and first-rate performance. In such cases, the black bourgeoisie reveal their ambivalent attitudes towards the white world. They slavishly accept the estimate which almost any white man places on a Negro or his work. But at the same time, they fear and reject white standards. For example, when a group of Negro doctors was shown the modern equipment and techniques of a white clinic, one of them remarked to a Negro professor in a medical school, "This is the white man's medicine. I never bother with it, and I still make $30,000 a year." Negroes who adopt the standards of the white world create among the black bourgeoisie a feeling of insecurity and often become the object of both envy and hatred of this class. Among the women of the black bourgeoisie, there's an intense fear of competition with white women for Negro men. Let me just stop here. I don't hear black men beef about white men with black women. I think that's one area where I think black men feel competent. Yes, I anchored someone. Great. Let me keep reading this. They often attempt to rationalize their fear by saying that the Negro man always occupies an inferior position in relationship to the white woman, or he marries much below his social status. They come near to the source of their fear when they confess that there are not many eligible Negro men, and that these few should marry Negro women. That such rationalization conceal deep-seated feelings of insecurity as revealed by the fact that generally they have no objection to the marriages of white men to Negro women. Yes, you sisters are fucking hypocrites about this. Pork chop feminist hypocrites. Meghan Markle, everybody loved on them. Had it been a black dude marrying a white princess, y'all would have menstruated a river of hate all over the world. Real talk. Don't follow me if you don't like the truth. So what your feelings are hurt? Go away. Go to sleep. Fuck feminism. I hate it. I will never cooperate with that shit. It's not normal. It's insane. Feminism is insane. I repeat, that such rationalizations conceal deep-seated feelings of insecurity is revealed in the fact that generally they have no objection to the marriage of white men to Negro women, especially if the white man is reputed to be wealthy. In fact, they take pride in the fact and attribute these marriages to the particular charms of Negro women. It's never that a black man has a charm that attracts white women. In fact, the middle-class woman's fear of the competition of white women is based often upon the fact that she senses her own inadequacies and shortcomings. Her position in Negro society and in the larger Negro community is often due to some adventitious factor, such as light complexion or meager education, which has pushed her to the top of the social pyramid. The middle-class white woman not only has a white skin and straight hair, but she is generally more sophisticated and interesting because she's read more widely and has a larger view of the world. The middle-class Negro woman may make fun of the plainness of her white competitor and the latter's lack of wealth and interest in society. Nevertheless, she feels insecure when the white woman appears even a potential competitor. Oh, doesn't it hurt? Oh, I love this book. Both men and women among the black bourgeoisie have a feeling of insecurity because of their constant fear of the loss of status. Since they have no status in the larger American society, the intense struggle for status among the Negro middle class is, as we've seen, an attempt to compensate for the contempt and low esteem of whites. Great value is therefore placed upon all kinds of status symbols. Academic degrees, both real and honorary, are sought in order to secure status. Usually the symbols are material statues implying wealth and conspicuous consumption. Sometimes Negro doctors do not attend what are supposedly scientific meetings because they don't have a Cadillac or some other expensive automobile. School teachers wear mink coats and maintain homes beyond their income for fear that they may lose their status. The extravagance in social life is due to an effort not to lose status. But in attempting to overcome their fear of the loss of status, they are often beset by new feelings of insecurity. In spite of their pretended wealth, they are aware that their incomes are insignificant and they must struggle to maintain their mortgaged homes and their show of wealth in the lavish social affairs. Moreover, they're beset by a feeling of insecurity because of their struggle to maintain a show of wealth through illegal means. From time to time, wealthy Negro doctors are arrested for selling narcotics and performing abortions. The life of many a wealthy Negro doctor is shortened by a struggle to provide diamonds, minks, and an expensive home for his wife. There is much frustration among the black bourgeoisie despite their privileged position within the segregated Negro world. Their wealth and social position cannot erase the fact that they are generally segregated and rejected by the white world. Their incomes and occupations may enable them to escape the cruder manifestations of racial prejudice, but they cannot insulate themselves against the more subtle forms of racial discrimination. These discriminations cause frustrations in Negro men because they are not allowed to play the masculine role as defined by American culture. Oh, he's telling the truth. And they cannot assert themselves or exercise power as white men do. When they protest against racial discrimination, there's always a threat that they will be punished by the white world. In spite of the movement towards wider integration of the Negro into the general stream of American life, the middle-class Negroes are still threatened with the loss of positions and earning power if they insist upon their rights. After the Supreme Court of the United States ruled that segregation in public schools was illegal, Negro teachers in some part of the South were dismissed because they would not sign statements supporting racial segregation in education. As one of the results of not being able to play the masculine role, middle-class Negro males have tended to cultivate their personalities, which enables them to exercise considerable influence among whites and achieve a distinction in the Negro world. Among Negroes who are noted for their glamour, in this respect, they resemble women who use their personalities to compensate for their inferior status in relationship to men. This fact would seem to support the observation of the American sociologist that the Negro was the lady among the races, as I said, a chick with a dick. If he had restricted his observation to middle-class males among American Negroes. In the South, middle-class male is not prevented from playing a masculine role, but generally he must listen to this, pork chop feminism, the Negro woman assume leadership in any show of militancy. This reacts upon his status in the home, where the tradition of female dominance, which is widely established among the Negro, has tended to assign a subordinate role to the male. Pork chop feminism. I hate it. I just hate it. Hate it. In fact, the middle class families, especially if the husband has risen in social status through his own efforts and is married to a member of an old family or society woman, the husband is likely to play a pitiful role. He's talking about simps. Simps. Simps and pork chop feminism go together. A pitiful role. The greatest compliment that can be paid such a husband is that he worships his wife, which means he is her slave and supports all of her extravagances and vanities. But of course, many husbands in such position escape their own frustrations by having, here it is, extramarital sex relations. Yet the conservative and conventional middle-class husband presents a pathetic picture, a simp. He often sits at home alone, impotent physically and socially, and complains that his wife has gone crazy about poker and society and constantly demands money for gambling expenditures which he cannot afford. Sometimes he enjoys the sympathy of a son or a daughter who has not become a socialite. Such children often say that they had a happy family life until mother took to poker. Pork chop feminism. It's been fucking up the family a long time. Repent, sisters. Y'all need a day of atonement. This shit is wrong. Preoccupation with poker on the part of the middle class woman is often an attempt to escape from a frustrated life. Her frustration may be bound up with her unsatisfactory sexual life. She may be married to a glamorous male who neglects her for other women. That's not cool. For among the black bourgeoisie, the glamour of the male is often associated with his sexual activities. The boule, and this is down low shit too. She's sharing them with the man. I said it. For among other bourgeoisie, the glamour of the male is often associated with the sexual activities. The frustration of many Negro women has a sexual origin. Even those who have sought an escape from frustration and sexual promiscuity may, because of the society, in order to escape from other frustrations. One society woman, in justification of her obsession with poker, remarked that it had sort of taken place of her former preoccupation with sex. Another said that when at poker was similar to a sexual orgasm. The fake black bourgeoisie, that fake Cosby stuff. The frustration of the majority of women among the black bourgeoisie is probably due to the idle and ineffectual lives that they lead. These shallow, bullshit women organizations where they wear all the hats and they don't help nobody. It's fake. It's fake black women. Y'all need some real organizations that fight for black women. Y'all don't have them, and it's your fault. Y'all women. And y'all don't say nothing. Maxine and them ain't helping y'all. Neither is Sheila Jackass Lee. Y'all miserable. It's time to start fighting. Be real women. The shallow shit people are on. The frustration of the majority of the women within the Negro bourgeoisie is due to idle and ineffectual lives they lead. Those who do not work devote their time to the frivolities of Negro societies. When they devote their time to charity or worthwhile causes, it generally is in the form of play or striving for social recognition, not because they're trying to help nobody. They're constantly forming clubs which ostensibly have a serious purpose, but in reality, they're formed in order to consolidate their position in society or to provide additional occasions for playing poker. The idle, overfed, he's talking about them being fat, the idle, overfed women among the black bourgeoisie are generally, to use their language, dripping with diamonds. They are forever dieting and reducing only to put on more weight, which is usually the result of the food they consume at their club meetings. Even the women among the black bourgeoisie who work exhibit the same frustrations. Generally, they have no real interest in their work. They only engage in it in order to be able to provide a conspicuous consumption demanded by society. As we have indicated, the women are, as well as the men among the black bourgeoisie, read very little and have no interest in music, art, or the theater. They are constantly restless and do not know how to relax. They're generally dull people who only become animated when social matters are discussed, especially poker games. They are afraid to be alone and constantly seek to be surrounded by their friends, who enable them to escape from their boredom. The frustrated lives of the black bourgeoisie are reflected in the attitudes of parents towards their children. Middle-class Negro families as a whole have few children, while among the families that constitute Negro society, there are many childless couples. One finds today that an American observed over 40 years ago, where the children are few, they are usually spoiled. In middle-class families, it's often not only a deep devotion to one or two children, but a subservience to them. It is not uncommon for a son to be called and treated as the boss in the family. Parents cater to the transient wishes of their children and often rationalize their behavior towards them on the grounds that their children should not be inhibited. They spend large sums on their children for toys and especially for clothes. They provide for their children with automobiles when they go to college. All of this is done in order that their children may attain the status of their parents and be eligible to enter into the social set in Negro colleges. When they send their children to northern white colleges, they often spend more time preparing them for what they will imagine will be their social life than preparing them for the academic requirements of these institutions. In the fierce devotion to their children, which generally results in spoiling them, the Negro middle class parents are seemingly striving at times to establish a human relationship that will compensate for their own frustrations in the realm of human relationships. Devotion to their children often becomes one human tie that is sincere and free from competition and artificiality of the make believe world in which they live. Sometimes they may project onto their children their own frustrated professional ambitions, but usually even when they send their children to northern white universities as part of their social strivings within the Negro community, they seem to hope that their children will have an acceptance in the white world which was denied them. Meghan Markle. Section 3. Self-hatred and guilt feelings. One of the chief frustrations of the Negro middle class is that he cannot escape self-identification with the Negro race and consequently is subject to the contempt of whites. Despite his wealth, in which he's placed so much faith as a solvent of racial discrimination, he is still subject to daily insults and is excluded from participation in white American society. Middle-class Negroes do not express their resentment against discrimination and insults and violent outbreaks as lower-class Negroes often do. Listen to that. They don't care about police brutality and all that. They may boast of their own wealth and cultures compared with the condition of poor whites. Most often they will resort to any kind of subterfuge in order to avoid contact with whites. For example, in the South, they often pay their bills by mail rather than risk the unpleasant contacts with representatives of white firms. The daily repression and resentment and constant resort to means of avoiding contacts with whites do not relieve them of a hostility towards white. Even middle-class Negroes who gain a reputation for exhibiting objectivity and statesmanlike attitude on racial discrimination harbor deep-seated hostility towards whites. A Negro college president who is considered such an interracial statesman once confessed to the writer that some days he's going to break loose and tell white people what he really thought. However, it is unlikely that a middle-class Negro of his standing will ever break loose. Middle-class Negroes generally express their aggression against whites by other means, such as deceiving whites and utilizing them for their own advantage. Because middle-class Negroes are unable to indulge in aggression against whites as such, they will sometimes make other minority groups the object of their hostilities. For example, they may show hostility against Italians who are subject to discrimination, but more often, middle-class Negroes, especially those who are engaged in the mad scramble to accumulate money, will direct their hostility against Jews. They are constantly expressing their anti-Semitism within Negro circles while pretending publicly to be free from prejudice. They blame Jews for the poverty of Negroes and for their own failures and inefficiencies in their business undertakings. In expressing their hostility towards Jews, they are attempting at the same time to identify with the white majority. The repressed hostility of middle-class Negroes to whites are not only directed towards other minority groups, but inward towards themselves. This results in self-hatred, which may appear from their behavior to be directed towards the Negro masses, but which in reality is directed against themselves while pretending to be proud of being Negroes. They ridicule Negroid physical characteristics and seek to modify or efface them as much as possible. Within their own groups, they constantly proclaim that niggers make them sick. The very use of the term nigger, which they proclaim to resent, indicates that they want to disassociate themselves from the Negro masses. They talk condescendingly of Africans and of African culture. They often object to African sculptures in their homes. They are insulted if they are identified with Africans. They refuse to join organizations that are interested in Africa. If they are of mixed ancestry, they boast of the fact that they have Indian ancestry. When making compliments concerning the beauty of Negroes of mixed ancestry, they generally say, "She is beautiful. She looks like an Indian." On the other hand, if a black woman has European features, they remark condescendingly, "Although she is black, you must admit she is good looking." Some middle-class Negroes of mixed ancestry like to wear Hindu costumes, while they laugh at the idea of wearing African costumes. When middle-class Negroes travel, they studiously avoid association with other Negroes, especially if they themselves have received the slightest recognition from whites. Even when they cannot pass for white, they fear they will lose recognition if they are identified as Negroes. Therefore, nothing pleases them more than to be mistaken for Puerto Rican, a Filipino, an Egyptian, or Arab, or any ethnic group other than Negro. The self-hatred of the middle-class Negroes is often revealed, and the keen competition that exists between them for status and recognition, and the keen competition is a result of the frustrations which they experience in attempting to obtain acceptance and recognition by whites. Middle-class Negroes are constantly criticizing and belittling Negroes who achieve some recognition or who acquire status above them. They prefer to submit to the authority of whites than to be subordinate to other Negroes. For example, Negro scholars generally refuse to seek advice or criticism of competent Negro scholars and prefer to turn to white scholars for such cooperation. In fact, it is difficult for middle-class Negroes to cooperate in any field of endeavor. This failure in social relations is indicated in an important study because every Negro he encounters, his own self-contempt. It is as if he said, "You are only a Negro like myself. Why should you be in a position above me?" This self-hatred results in guilt feelings on the part of the Negro who succeeds in elevating himself above his fellows. He feels unconsciously that in rising above other Negroes, he is committing an act of aggression which will result in the hatred and revenge on their part. The act of aggression may be imagined, but very often it is real. It is the case of middle-class Negroes who oppose the economic social welfare of Negroes because of their own interests. In some cities, it has been the black bourgeoisie and not the whites who have opposed the building of low-cost public housing for Negro workers. In one city, two wealthy Negro doctors who successfully opposed public housing for Negro workers own some of the worst slums in the United States. While their wives who wear mink coats and drip with diamonds are written up in the society columns of Negro papers, ride in Cadillacs, their Negro tenants sleep on dirt floors of hovels unfit for human habitation. I think this is Valerie Jarrett's family in Chicago, friends. Barack Obama's social secretary. Her fathers, they were slumlords. They named the projects for the slumlords. This could be them. The guilt feelings of the middle-class Negroes are not always unconscious. For example, in the case of the Negro leader who proclaimed over the radio and a national broadcast that the Negro did not want social equality, he was conscious of his guilt feelings and self-hatred in playing such a role. For he sent word privately to the writer he has never hated so much to do anything in his life, but it was necessary of his position as head of a state college, which was under white supervision. The self-hatred of the middle-class Negro arises then not only from the fact that he does not want to be a Negro, but because of his sorry role in American society. Let me read that again. The self-hatred of the middle-class American Negro arises then not only from the fact that he does not want to be a Negro, but because of his sorry role in American society. That sorry role is perpetrating white supremacy and destroying the black masses, just like we have right now, 60 some odd years later. And we've never had a movement as our people to crush and destroy the caste that would allow us to be like this. Until you really serious, until we deal with the enemies amongst us, we're never going to get anywhere if we survive at all. That's my gospel. Get the coons and we'll get everything else. Section 4. Escape into delusions. The black bourgeoisie, as we've seen, has created a world of make-believe to shield itself from the harsh economic and social realities of American life. This world of make-believe is created out of the myth of the Negro business, reports of the Negro press on the achievements and the wealth of Negroes and the recognition accorded them by whites and the fabulous life of Negro society. Some middle-class Negro intellectuals are not deceived by the world of make-believe. They will have nothing to do with the Negro society and refuse to waste their time in frivolities. They take their time to work seriously and live in relative obscurity so far as the Negro world is concerned. Others seek an escape from their frustration by developing, for example, a serious interest in Negro music, which the respectable black bourgeoisie often pretend to despise. In this way, these intellectuals achieve some identification with the Negro masses and with the traditions of Negro life. But many more middle-class Negroes who are satisfied to live in a world of make-believe but must find the solution to the real economic and social problems which they face seek an escape in delusions. They seek an escape in delusions involving wealth. This is facilitated by the fact that they've had little experience with the real meaning of wealth and that they lack a tradition of saving and accumulation. Wealth to them means spending money without any reference to its source. Hence, their behavior generally reflects the worst qualities of a gentleman and a peasant from whom they only have the vital tradition spring. Therefore, their small accumulation of capital and the income which they receive from professional services within the Negro community make them appear wealthy in comparison with the low socioeconomic status of the majority of Negroes. The delusion of wealth is supported by the myth of Negro business. Moreover, the attraction of the delusion of wealth is enhanced by the belief that wealth will gain them acceptance in American life. And seeking an escape from the delusion of wealth, the middle-class Negro make a fetish of material things, of physical possessions. They're constantly buying things, houses, automobiles, furniture, and all sorts of gadgets, not to mention clothes. Many of the furnishings and gadgets which they acquired are never used. Nevertheless, they continue to accumulate things. The homes of these middle-class Negroes have an appearance of museums for the exhibition of American manufactures and spurious art objects. The objects which they are constantly buying are always on display. Negro school teachers who devote their lives to society like to display the 20 pairs of shoes, the majority of which they never wear. Negro professional men speak proudly of the 2 automobiles which they've acquired when they only need one. The acquisition of objects which are not used or needed seem to be an attempt to fill some void in their lives. The delusion of power, Obama coons, appears to provide an escape for middle-class Negroes from the world of reality, which pierces through the world of make-believe of the black bourgeoisie. The position of power which they occupy in the Negro world often enable them to act autocratically towards other Negroes, especially when they have the support of the white community. That's when they're the slave drivers, y'all. That's what he means. What Clyburn and Obama and these people do. Fat Stacey Abrams, when they're the slave drivers. In such cases, delusions of power may provide an escape from their frustrations. It is generally, however, when middle-class Negroes hold positions enabling them to participate in the white community that they seek in the delusion of power and escape from their frustrations, although their position may be only a token of integration of the Negro into American life. They will speak and act as if they were a part of the power structure of American society. Clyburn, Maxine. The Negro advisors who are called upon to counsel by whites to give advice about Negroes are especially likely to find an escape from their own feelings of inferiority and the delusion of power. Negro social workers who are dependent upon white philanthropy have often gained the reputation with the support of Negro press of being powerful persons in American society. Mary McLeod Bethune. However, the majority of the black bourgeoisie who seek an escape from their frustrations and delusions seemingly have not been able to find it in the delusions of wealth or power. They have found it in magic or chance, and in sex and in alcohol. And we can add dope and weed and swirling and all kinds of stupid stuff. Excessive drinking and sex, LGBTQ, seem to provide a means for narcotizing the middle class Negro against a frustrating existence. A social function is hardly ever, I need to add pedophilia, is hardly ever considered a success unless a goodly number of participants pass out. But gambling, especially poker, has become an obsession among many middle-class Negroes, offers a chief escape into delusion. Among the black bourgeoisie, it is not simply a device for winning money. It appears to be a magical device for enhancing their self-esteem through overcoming fate. Although it often involves a waste of money, which many middle-class Negroes cannot afford, it is an irresistible attraction, which they often confess cannot overcome. Despite the tinsel, glitter, and gaiety of the world of make-believe in which the middle-class Negroes take refuge, they are still beset by feelings of insecurity, frustration, and guilt. As a consequence, the free and easy life which they appear to lead is a mask for their unhappy existence. I'm going to read the damn conclusion. When viewed in the broad perspective of changes which are occurring in the Western world, this study of the black bourgeoisie reveals in an acute form many of the characteristics of modern bourgeois society, especially in the United States. Hence, it was difficult to resist the temptation to compare the black bourgeoisie with the same class among white Americans. However, it was not the purpose of this study to isolate and analyze the common characteristics of this class in the modern world. Our task was less ambitious and therefore more restricted. Our purpose was to treat the black bourgeoisie as a case study of a middle-class group which emerged during the changing adjustment of a racial minority in a modern society. From this standpoint, our study may have a broader significance in the group in which we studied. It may have some relevance for the study of the emergence of the middle class in a colonial society, especially in African societies at present undergoing rapid changes. The characteristics of this class in the various societies will have to be studied in each case in relation to history and economic and social forces which are responsible for its development. The black bourgeoisie in the United States is essentially an American phenomenon. Its emergence and its rise to importance within the Negro community are closely tied up with the economic and social changes in the American community. Its behavior as well as its mentality is a reflection of American modes and of the behavior of American values. What may appear as distortions of the American pattern of behavior as thought are due to the fact that the Negro lives on the margin of American society. The very existence of a separate Negro community with its own institutions within the heart of American society is indicative of a quasi-pathological character, since the persistence and separate community has been due to racial discrimination and oppression. As a result of this fact, the black bourgeoisie is unique in a number of respects. First, it lacks a basis in the American economic system. Among the colonial people and among other racial minorities, the bourgeoisie usually comes into existence as a result of a role of an economic organization of these societies. But the black bourgeoisie in the United States has subsisted off the crumbs of philanthropy, the salaries of public servants, and what could be squeezed out of the meager earnings of Negro workers. Hence, the Negro business, which has no significance in the American economy, has become a social myth embodying the aspirations of this class. Then, because of the position of the Negro in American life, it has become impossible for the black bourgeoisie to play the traditional role of this class among minorities. The attempt on the part of the Communist Party to assign To the black bourgeoisie, the traditional role of this class and what the party defined as the struggle of the Negro people for national liberation only tended to emphasize the unreality of the position of the black bourgeoisie. Moreover, the bourgeoisie has shown no interest in the liberation of Negroes except as it affected their own status or acceptance by the white community. I'll read that again. The black bourgeoisie has shown no interest in the liberation of the Negroes except as it affected their own status or acceptance by the white community. They viewed with scorn the Garvey movement with its nationalistic aims. They showed practically no interest in the Negro Renaissance. They wanted to forget the Negro's past, and they have attempted to conform to the behavior and values of the white community in the most minute details. Therefore, they have become, as it's observed, exaggerated Americans. Because of its struggle to gain acceptance by whites, the black bourgeoisie has failed to play its role of a responsible elite in the Negro community. Many individuals among this generation of educated Negroes who were the products of missionary education had a sense of responsibility towards the Negro masses and identified themselves with the struggles of the masses to overcome the handicaps of ignorance and poverty. Their influence over the masses was limited, to be sure, not, however, because of any lack of devotion on their part, but because of the control exercised by the white community. Nevertheless, they occupied a dignified position within the Negro community and were respected. As teachers of Negroes, they generally exhibited some of the sincere interest in the education and genuine culture of their missionary teachers. Therefore, they did not regard teaching merely as a source of income. On the other hand, today, many Negro teachers refuse identification with the Negro masses and look upon teaching primarily as a source of income. In many cases, they have nothing but contempt for their Negro pupils. Moreover, they have no real interest in education and genuine culture and spend their leisure and frivolities and activities designed to win a place in Negro society. When the opportunity has been present, the black bourgeoisie has exploited the Negro masses as ruthlessly as the whites. As intellectual leaders in the black community, they have never dared to think beyond a narrow, opportunistic philosophy that provided a rationalization for their own advantages. Although the black bourgeoisie exercise considerable influence on the values of Negroes, they do not occupy a dignified position in the Negro community. The masses regard the black bourgeoisie simply as those who've been lucky in getting money, which enables them to engage in conspicuous consumption. When this class pretends to represent the best manners or morals of the Negro, the masses regard such claims as hypocrisy. A single factor has dominated the mental outlook of the black bourgeoisie. It has been its obsession and struggle for status. The struggle for status has been expressed itself in its emphasis upon the social life of society. The concern of the Negro for social life and society has been partially responsible for the failure of educated Negroes to make important contributions within the fields of science and art. Educated Negroes have constantly been subjected to the pressures of the black bourgeoisie to conform to its values. Because of this pressure, some gifted Negroes have abandoned altogether their artistic and scientific aspirations, while others have chosen to play the role of phony intellectuals and cater to the ignorance and vanities of the black bourgeoisie in order to secure social acceptance. Since middle-class Negroes have never been permitted to play a role in American life, it has offered it an area of competition where the serious affairs of life are not involved. Middle-class Negroes have made real contributions in science and arts and have had to escape from the influence of the social life of the black bourgeoisie. In fact, The spirit of play or lack of serious effort has permeated every aspect of the life of the Negro community. He's talking about the boule. It has therefore tended to encourage immaturity and childishness on the part of the middle class Negroes, whose lives are generally devoted to trivialities. The emphasis upon the social life of society is one of the main props of the world of make-believe, into which the black bourgeoisie has sought to escape from its inferiority and frustrations in American society. This world of make-believe, to be sure, is a reflection of the values of American society, but it lacks an economic basis that would give it roots in a world of reality. And escaping into a world of make-believe, the middle-class Negro has rejected both identification with the Negro and his traditional culture. Through delusion of wealth and power, they have sought identification with white America, which continues to reject them. But these delusions leave them frustrated because they are unable to escape from the emptiness and futility of their existence. Gertrude Stein, by the way, a lesbian, would have been nearer to the truth if she had said that the black bourgeoisie, what she said of the Negroes in general, that they were not suffering from persecution, they were suffering from nothingness. Not because, as she explained, the African has a very ancient but very narrow culture. The black bourgeoisie suffers from nothingness because when Negroes attain middle class status, their lives generally lose both content and significance. E. Franklin Frazier, The Black Bourgeoisie, 1957. Say amen, somebody. I got another book here. But I want to do another sequence. Can I do that? Will y'all let me do another sequence? It's 7:50. Y'all want to get back to something in about 15 to 20 minutes? Because I'm still awake. Oh my God. Oh, that felt good. I have some of these books here I need to get into. That was good. I can throw this on the pile. Y'all want to do some more? Somebody talk to me. Treat me like I'm white. I've got a couple more of these. Man, I got more. I'm not hearing from y'all. Y'all done? Y'all ready to go to bed? Y'all sleepy? Shoot, I can stop. I can always come back a couple hours, or I can stay. What y'all say do? What y'all want me to do? Somebody treat me like I'm white. Say something. I'm trying to find this book. Where is it? Y'all want me to do some more? Okay, let me see. There's a book I'm looking for. I know it's up here. I'll find it 1 second. It's a hardback too. Maybe it slipped. 1 second, I got these all stacked up. I know it's over here. Where did you go? Maybe it fell down. Nope, it didn't fall down. Okay, I'm gonna put the Bible over there. Oh my. This was the book I was talking about. Let's pick. Where is that book? Give me a couple seconds. Man, this seat is hard. I mean, I've never had my booty hurt like this sitting on this thing here. Whew, this thing is hard. Okay, I got this one. I feel like reading something from Martin Luther King. Let me see if I'm going to pick a chapter here. Where we're going. Okay. I'm like, this is a nice read here. Hang on one second, y'all. Man, y'all lined up. Okay, I've just got to figure out where I put that book. I'll find it 1 second. I know it's up here. It can't. I know I didn't notice that. Where are you? Look. I know I brought you in here. I know I didn't take that book out of here. There's no way I did that. Hold on. It's a Bible. That's not it. 1 second. Tissue. I need to move these Bibles out the way. And we're going to get back up on some eugenics. I think it's in the other room. Wow. How did I do that? Oh, it's under all. Nope, that's not it. Okay, this is a stack. I don't want this one. I must have taken the other room. Just give that a break, y'all. Hang on. Wow. Let me put the Bibles up here. Yes, I like Bibles. Y'all don't like it, y'all. Oh, here it is. God, it's right in front of me. Yay! I've got some junk for y'all. I've got some junk food. Y'all messing with me. Y'all don't want to go away, so okay, tell you what I'm going to do. It's 7:55. I simply want to put up an announcement. I want to put up an announcement in YouTube and shut this one off and start another one. Are y'all following me? It's 7:56. I will be ready in about 10 minutes. Is that cool? I will in 10 minutes I'll be right. Less than 10. I just want to set up another thing because this is a different book and I want to tell people what I'm reading. Are y'all with me? Okay. Let me shut this off. Coonbusters, Angry Black Men's. We got another section coming. Shit, damn. This caffeine must have kicked in. Okay. I'm out for a second. I'll be back in a little bit. In less than 10 minutes. Less than 10.